Hello. Sorry, was I mute this entire time? I didn't know. I was just yapping. I was just yapping the whole time, being like, hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. And I didn't realize I was completely muted. Sorry guys, this is not a commentary playthrough now. This is we're just reading in silence together. Welcome to the book club. Okay, let's do that again. Firstly, hi, welcome to the stream. We're playing Sleep Pool today. Before I get started, how is the volume of my microphone compared to the BGM? It's really loud in my brain, in my ears, so how is it for you guys? If the yeah, walkthrough, no commentary. Whoops. Music is loud. Okay, hold on. Let me go ahead and adjust that. Holy crap. How's that? Is that better? That sounds alright.
Sweet pool.
Okay, that seems alright. How's that? How's that? Do I sound a lot clearer now? Better? Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, firstly, welcome welcome to the stream. Please, before we get started, know that this stream is intended for audiences over 18. I have put the content warnings directly from the game description onto the stream pinned comment, and also they are on the stream description. Make sure you read through those and then have a good think about whether this stream is for you, whether this game is for you. I understand that there's a lot of really sensitive topics in those content warnings. I was like, oh, wow. But, you know, maybe after 100 line, we have all evolved as people. And, you know, we're like, this is nothing. I think your mic can be louder too. Hold on. I'll bring the microphone a bit closer to me. How does that sound? Do I sound a lot clearer now? The BGM's still overpowering me. Alright. How's that? Yeah, basically when I opened the game, I was like, the music is blasting in my ears. So yes, Sleep Pool. Sleep Pool, if you did not watch my Dramatical Murder playthrough, it's by the same company, NITRO CHiRAL. NITRO CHiRAL? I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but that's what it is. So Dramatical Murder was their 4th game, and Sleep Pool is their 3rd game. So this came directly before Dramatical Murder. And this game came out in 2008, which is a long time ago. So, who knows? Who knows how insensitive the topics in this game are going to be presented? We'll just have to see. But yes, that is why, please heed the content warnings, and if this is not for you, do not watch this stream. You know, there's plenty of other streams we can do later. There's probably people here who weren't even born then. 2008, you think? You'd be so young. I mean, if you were born in 2008 or after, you probably should not be in this stream anyway. Yeah. I wanted to say I don't know too much about this game at all. However, when I was trying to look up the artwork for this game, I came across... So this is like the cover art, right? And I was like, whoa, this guy... He kind of looks like Light Yagami from Death Note. At least that's what it looked like to me. But then, he also like looks completely different in another cover art. I don't know when this version was released for the PS Vita, but like he looks like an entirely different guy in this artwork. I'm just like, these are two different men. These are two different boys. So, I don't know. I will say this art style is so like nostalgic of the time. I don't know if it's my favorite art style when it comes to YAOI, but I think it is pretty, and we shall see. I don't know. They look very mature, and I feel like I tend to. Okay, maybe that sounds really bad. I feel like my taste in yaoi tends towards more like, oh, pretty boy, rather than like ikemen. I don't know. There's like a difference in the art styles there. Yeah, this is very reminiscent of yaoi hand era. But yeah, one is so sweet and the other is hello human resources. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. But the thing is, another thing. So I actually have a piece of merch. I have a piece of merch of this game's character. So I do know his name. And that's because last year when I went to Japan, I went to visit the NITRO CHiRAL and the pub or the hub collab, which basically put them in British outfits. I don't know why, because it was like a British pub. At least, you know, that was the aesthetic. And then I was like, wow, he looks really different in this artwork too. So I have my set of YAOI coasters here, and this one is him. So he looks different in every single artwork that I've seen of him. So Yoji, I guess it would be Yoji, but like I got my YAOI coasters. Actually, hold on. Speaking of my YAOI coasters, alright, so let me hold them all up. So I got one of each of these guys. So obviously we have Alba from Dramatical Murder. Hold on, how do I get this on the camera? Dramatical Murder, Alba, yay! And then these are from like the other games. I think these are from like the 2 first games from NITRO CHiRAL. I don't really know them. I don't know them at all, actually. And then I was either going to play Sweet Pool or Slow Damage, which is what this guy is from. But I was told that if I play Slow Damage, it's hard to go back to the earlier games because this is like their most recent game. So we're gonna start with Sweet Pool and see where that takes us. It has been a while since I played a actual yaoi game. Actually, hold on, I need to like show off. So next weekend is our 100 Light Cup Sleeve event, and look, this is the Takumi coaster that I did the art for. So he fits right in. He fits right in with the other yaoi boys. And that was completely intentional. So if anyone's going to the cup sleeve event, you can go see the Takumi coaster. Yay! So what I'm hearing is you might play it later. Yes, I might play it later. However, I wanted to space out my my gaming experience. You know, I'm like, finally, it's yaoi o'clock. It's Fujo time. But you know, 100 line was pretty yaoi full in a sense. So yeah, we shall see. But yeah, I don't really know too much. NITRO CHiRAL, I think, is famous for doing like darker themed BL games, which are like explicit and stuff. So I mean, looking at the content warning for this game, I was like, yo, I think we're in for a crazy ride. And if we go to the game, you will see. Hold on. Oh wait. Yes, we're back onto the square format game. Square size game. So this is just kind of like how Sayo no Uta also looked. Holy crap, that chat box is humongous. Why is it so big? Let me adjust that real quick. Ooh, with 400. There we go. That's a little nicer. So 2000s, I know, right? 2008 aesthetic core. Actually, I wanted to like close the game real quick. Look at the font choices on this thing, but like, ew, look how Versus looks. And I wanted to open the game again because I want you guys to see the content warning that shows when you start the game. Warning, this game contains mature things which may be disturbing for some audiences. All characters depicted in sexual acts or situations are at least 18 years of age. Do you hear that, guys? Do not attempt to recreate this. So clearly they're like, trust me, guys, trust me. They're over 18, and I'm like, I have my doubts. But for the sake of their warning, you know, they were so gracious to be like, guys, they are over 18, okay? So, yes. Ignore any instance of them saying that they're like, they're minors. Anyway, like I was about to say, yes, so despite what the warning says, I do think that this story might depict harmful acts of violence and sexual assault or whatever with minor characters. So I just want everyone to know that this is a fictional piece of work and I do not condone any of the actions of this game. Even if I may go like, wow, yaoi, I do not I do not condone sexual violence and all that stuff. So, you know, be good adults. Do not cancel me. YouTube can already do that for me. Now, as well as the game, I need to show you guys that I have the blur setup. Whippy! We're returning to the blur screens now. It's been a while since I've had the blur screen. Probably since Dramatical Murder, actually. And speaking of Dramatical Murder, I also have Ren! Yes, the return of Ren the dog censor. So, Ren will be our lovely censor image. Again, his little blurry ass picture. But, yes, I do have blur set up. Now, I don't know if this blur is strong enough. But, you know, hopefully it's enough to... Yeah, I mean, are you gonna be able to tell? Are you gonna be able to tell what's going on? Maybe. Was it used inside Tetsuo? I can't even remember. Maybe I did, but I didn't play the explicit version of Sayo no Uta anyway, so it was censored. This one is not censored, no. Which reminds me, yeah, I got this game for free. I got this game for free through Just USA. I am an affiliate with Just USA. I have the info for that in the beginning of my stream description. But if you are interested in purchasing this game for yourself or any other game on Just USA, you can use my referral link and then my discount code to get 15% off anything on the store. So, yeah! Exciting. Thank you to my Just connections for providing me my YAOI dealers. It was for the gore? Oh. Well, I think that's enough of a warning. You know, if you're still here and you're not scared off, clearly that means you want to watch this game happen. So, yeah! But also, firstly, look at this this font choice. I do think this is papyrus. I do not have my cursor visible on screen. I just don't know if we want to see Komaida's my little Komaida cursor on screen. So, firstly, let's go into the config. Oh my lord. And I think text speed. Oh. You know what? Faster is fine. I don't really know. I'm probably gonna read it out in English anyway, so you guys will get the audiobook experience once again. I'm gonna keep the BGM down here. Sound effects. How's that for volume? Does that sound alright? Too loud?
Sweet pool.
Sweet pool. I think I will keep the voices at 100. Do they, are they louder than me, or are they, like, softer than me? Oh god. Sweet pool.
Sweet pool.
Sweet pool.
スイートプール
Suitopulu. Alright, Suitopulu. Same volume? Should I make them a little softer than me? Well, how I did it for Dramatical Murder was that I would let the voice line play out before reading out in English. I assume people would like me to do the same here? Or do you not care about the Japanese voice acting and want me to just do everything? I'll just speak on top of them. You let me know what you prefer in terms of like listening experience. But yeah, my god. This is just like, I think the Sayo no Uta also had a menu system that looked just like this. So funny. Women should be speaking over men. Thanks, Sheether. Watching YAOI while drawing YAOI. Thank you, Mints. Oh, you're living the dream. Alright, well, let's go with this, and then if we need to change anything, we can always do that. Alright, everybody, it is time to start Sweet Pool. This logo, which you can barely read. This font choice, which is not very flattering, but I'm excited! I'm excited and scared. So, let's go! Whoa. Oh. This looks satanic. Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. What the heck is this? Like fire? And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand they are they delivered? I don't know what this person's talking about. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb I have given you all things. I think they're saying I can eat everything. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood there. I don't know. It's Bible quotes? Is this actually from the Bible? Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. And you be ye fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. They're like, have babies. Interesting start. It is from the Bible? Sorry guys, this is a happy Christian stream. I should have started playing this at Easter. Hello? Sorry, sir. Didn't realize this game would start off with you moaning. And I'm just talking over you. Hello? Bodies intertwined, sharing blood and breath, joining until they are one flesh indistinguishable. Feral groans. Penetrating heat? No, please, go ahead. Oh my. Viscous liquids envelop every inch of melting skin. Ugh. Fingers laced together, seeking dark, veinous lumps mark them as chosen. Sunrise and sunset, dawn and dusk. A choice arrives. Hold to reason? Or surrender to instinct? What? Sorry. What? Oh! Oh. You know what? Maybe I should put my my cursor on stream. Hold on. Capture cursor. Whee! Alright, so... Ugh. Wow, this is so 100 line. Let's go with the red one. It looks a little scary. I don't know if that was the right choice. Instinct slips its fetters, devouring reason. The flesh is in control. The flesh! And thus... Is this a choice? I guess it was the first choice of the game. It sounds like Ato, the moaning? Whoa! Wow, look at this art style. Suitopuru. Ooh. The school. Yoji Sakiyama. Wow, they need to pick a better font color. Tetsuo. Oh, never mind. Makoto. You. Who's this guy? Kohei. Yo, what the? Oh! Oh my god, look at this art! Oh my god, if there's like porn in this opening... Wait, oh my god, there's like a really old guy on the right hand side! Is that also a love interest? That looks like a dad! Thank god there was no porn in that opening. Alright, here we go! It was a fine Tuesday in early May, a month after the start of the first semester. Ohayo! Good morning!
Ose.
Morning! 8 in the morning and not a cloud in the sky. Khee, I'm in a public library, so you better be careful with the censoring. Well, why are you in a public library? That's not my problem. 8 in the morning and not a cloud in the sky. Cheerful greetings carried on the cool breeze that rustled through the leafy trees. Students passed through the gates with a spring in their step. The Golden Week holiday had done wonders to ease the anxiety of the new school year. Komanami? Komanami Private Academy? Komaida Nanami? No wait, Komaida Private Academy. Komanami Private Academy. Located in Tokyo's Sugami Ward, this Catholic missionary school was dedicated to providing an education centered on Christian values. It is Christian! Okay, let me preface this by saying I am not religious. I also don't really know much about religion. So if I say anything that is absolutely wrong, feel free to inform me. This is such a pure stream we're about to have. Holy, let's go in this Christian household. Our Christian values of abstinence. This Catholic missionary school was dedicated to providing an education centered on Christian values. The school's motto: seek the truth. Wow. Uchikoshi? The academy was small, with only 100 or so students in each of the 3 grades. Oh, that is pretty small. Still, it remained a venerable institution with 6 decades of history going back to its founding. Even though these days most classes were held in the building that had been constructed just 5 years ago, the original schoolhouse and chapel had recently completed renovation and remained an important part of life at Komanami. Most classes were held in the building that had been constructed just 5 years ago. The original schoolhouse and chapel had recently completed renovations. Sometimes I have to read things twice to fully get it in my brain. Okay, so there's new classrooms, new buildings, and a chapel on site. Wow. As the fit of missionary school, religious studies were included in the curriculum, and once a week, students gathered in the chapel for mass. Which was not to say that the students were all devout believers. For the most part, they were just like students at any other school. Sakiyama Yoji was one such student. Alright, how old is this guy supposed to be? Because he looks fairly old. Or at least he's got the really, like, you know, ikemen proportions. Oh my god, wait, his shoulders are huge. Yoji passed through the gates and entered the main building, pausing at his locker to change his shoes. I mean, he looks different in this artwork too. A pristine white statue of the Virgin Mary stood guard to the left of the doors, watching over the students. After changing, Yoji headed up the stairs to the classroom marked 2A. The instant he opened the door, the noise of the classroom crashed over him. For a moment, he hesitated to enter. He hadn't been to class in some time, and the room was bursting with talk and laughter. Did he have the right class? He looked up to double-check the number plate. Sure enough. Forcing his stiff legs to cooperate, Yoji weaved through the groups of students to his assigned seat. All around him, people were going about their morning routine. Some were chatting with their friends about what they'd done over the weekend. Others were fixing their makeup or copying each other's homework. Although at first glance it looked like chaos, there was a palpable sense of community filling the room. But this only served to make Yoji feel painfully out of place. There wasn't a single person here he considered a friend. Oh damn. In fact, he didn't even recognize most of them. This was largely because he had been held back a year. Oh. Now he stuck out like a sore thumb. Taking a seat at his desk, he went to hang his book bag on the hook. But to his surprise, there was already a bag hanging there. Confused, he looked around the room. Something definitely fell off. As if to affirm his suspicions, a few nearby students were watching him curiously. He lowered his eyes, feeling even more like an outsider, but just then, he felt a light tap on his shoulder from behind.
Yoji! Hayo!
You get to eat ice cream? You get to eat ice cream in class? What the heck is on his t-shirt? Is that like a pattern of men on your t-shirt? A pattern of men standing there. Wow, I wonder if this is a YAOI. Oh my god, if there's like a picture of him licking this ice block too. Stop it, Khee. He hasn't even like introduced himself and I'm sexualizing him already. I'm objectifying him. Warning, Yoji. He turned around and was met with a friendly smile inches from his face. It belonged to Mita Makoto. Makoto.
久しぶり
Long time no see.
久しぶり
Yeah, for sure.
もう大丈夫なのか
You all better now?
そうだな
Yeah,
だいぶ
I guess mostly.
そっかよかった
Cool. Right on, dude. Makoto grinned widely. He was holding an ice cream bar in one hand. This was the only classmate with whom Yoji had something approaching a relationship. One day after school, Makoto had started talking to him, and he quickly discovered that they took the same train home from school. With messy brown hair, a slender frame, and a winning smile, he was somewhat reminiscent of a small woodland creature.
どうよ久々の学校は
How's it feel to be back in school?
なんていうか
少し雰囲気が変わった感じはするかな。
I don't know. It feels kind of different somehow.
そっか来てないとそう感じるのかもな。幼児、先月は休み多かったもんな。
Does it? That's because it's been a while. You were out sick a lot last month, huh?
ああ。
Yeah. Fortunately, he was now healthy enough to return. Diagnosed with chronic lung disease at an early age, Yoji had always been somewhat sickly. He spent almost all the previous year in bed. Oh no. Oh no. I'm thinking of Komaeda. I'm thinking of Eito. But being held back meant that he was now the oldest student in the room, and that made it hard for him to fit in. Evidently, this didn't deter Makoto.
それじゃあ変わったって感じでも仕方ないよな。席替えもしたし。ああ、それだよ。そうそう、連休が始まる前にさ、席替えしたんだよ。
He sounds really energetic. Well, I can't say I blame you. I mean, they changed the seating arrangement and... Wait, oh, right! That's it! Yeah! There was a seating change right before the break! Makoto's face lit up as he remembered. The seating change. Now it made sense. Although he couldn't have known, he still felt bad for sitting in someone else's seat.
幼児の席は...
Your seat is... Makoto turned and walked toward the back of the classroom. Then he stopped and rapped on one of the desks.
ここね。
Right here, ここね. Yoji immediately grabbed his book bag and moved to the indicated seat. I want to sit next to the window, like all protagonists do. Pulling out the chair, he sat and looked up at Makoto.
また食べてるんだな。
I see you're stuffing your face again. Can I look at this picture without the text box? How do I do that? Ooh. Oh. Oh, the spacebar. Toggle full screen? No, I don't need that. Alright, spacebar. Ooh. Yeah, that's this t-shirt full of like guys standing here is kind of funny looking. My god, everyone does not look like a teenager. I see you're stuffing your face again.
Huh?
Hmm?
それ。
That. Yoji pointed at the ice cream bar and Makoto shrugged sheepishly. He's like, you want a bite? You want a bite, bro?
もうね、習慣だから。朝起きて歯磨くのと一緒でさ、これ食べないとなんか一日調子出ないんだよな。幼児はアイス好きだっけ?
Oh, this is just a force of habit, like brushing your teeth in the morning, you know? I gotta have one of these or it throws off my groove for the whole day. I forget, do you like ice cream?
特別好きってことはないかな。
Not particularly.
つかさ。
Bro, do you even eat at all? Oh, sorry, I talked over him. I don't know, what's more comfortable for you guys? Do you prefer if I just talk over them? Or you want me to wait? Makoto leaned forward with a frown, putting his hand on Yoji's desk.
まあ、それなりには。
Sure, I eat.
本当かよ。心配だな。幼児ってなんかほっとくと危ない気がするんだよな。前も昼とかあんまり食わなかったじゃん。これからどんどん暑くなるんだし、しっかり食わねえとって。おっ!
If I'm talking over them, should I make their voice acting softer? Or is it okay that I just talk over them while they're talking? I want to know what's like the best experience for you guys as well. Because if I wait for them, this game will take twice as long. Really? I worry about you, dude. Feels like someone's gotta look after you or you'll kill over. Last time I saw you, you barely ate your lunch, remember? The weather's only gonna get hotter, so you need to eat up, or else... Ah! Make it softer? Just talk over them. Okay, how do I get to the menu? Maybe I will make them just a little bit softer.
スイートプール。
Sweet puru. Alright. Let's do that and then see how we feel about me talking over them. He cut off with a surprised yelp. A drop of melting vanilla ice cream had leaked out from under the bar's chocolate coating to form a little white puddle on Yoji's Oh, subtle, very subtle. Sorry! Makoto hastily wiped up the spillage with the hem of his shirt. It's okay. You're kind of a mess, huh? Also, it's interesting that they don't put like the character's name up here, so I kind of do have to listen to who's speaking. How was that? Do you think their voices should be louder, or is it okay to keep going? It's okay. You're kind of a mess, huh? Makoto hung his head in shame. Admittedly, Yoji hadn't been at school much this semester, but he seemed to recall Makoto spilling his dessert or drink every time he came over to chat. Good as this? I'll be more careful next time, I promise. Just make sure you eat, like, actual food, okay? He's pouting. He looked away awkwardly, slurping up his melted ice cream. Food was his greatest pleasure in life, Makoto liked to say. He seemed to talk about little else. Not that he was a gourmand by any stretch of the imagination. His taste ran more towards junk food. Supposedly, many girls were jealous of his high metabolism. Then the bell rang and the chatter began to fade as Yoji's homeroom teacher walked in. Yo, it's morning assembly time, people! Get back to your seats now! The last few stragglers scurried back to their desks. Having finished his ice cream, Makoto began to walk off, but then suddenly turned back. Oh yeah, wanna head home together after school? Oh, sure. Cool. See you later, I'm eating! He smiled and returned to his desk, the ice cream stick still dangling from his mouth. Morning assembly began with a prayer. The students all stood up, clasped their hands at their waist, and sang along with the hymn played over the PA system. As he mumbled his way through the song, Yoji closed his eyes and wondered what the day held in store for him. Makoto. My best friend. Do you think Yoji is the top? Or is Yoji the bottom? I remember Dramatical Murder, Alba was the bottom all the time, so... The bell rang, signaling the end of morning classes and the start of lunch period. All at once, the classroom erupted in noise as students put their lunch plans into action. Yoji heaved a sigh of relief. After being absent for school for so long, his first day back was proving to be stressful. He paused to consider how he would spend his lunch break, but realized that he wasn't that hungry in the first place. The instant the bell rang, Makoto had dashed out of the classroom to buy a sandwich from the school store. His favorite yakisoba egg-sa was so popular that it always sold out within 10 minutes, so speed was of the essence. For his part, Yoji decided he'd make do with a drink. He stood up from his chair and headed to the door, where he crossed paths with another student coming in. Stepping out of the way, he looked up and froze. Hello? An icy gaze pierced through him. Yo, this guy looks mean. This was someone Yoji took great pains to avoid. After so much time spent away, the impact of seeing him again was overwhelming. Shironuma Tetsuo. Somehow this guy wasn't like the other students. He's not like other guys. What? Tetsuo was tan. Tan? That's not tan. That's not tan at all. With light brown hair and eyes to match. He's almost as light as his light brown hair, okay? Blonde hair. Maybe it's just the art style. And eyes to match. Build-wise, he was on the larger side, and yet he wore his uniform neatly, his tie perfectly straight. This man is not tan. Well, while his physical appearance was certainly intimidating, that wasn't the only reason Yoji felt uncomfortable around him. The problem was that Tetsuo didn't emote. Oh no. He's like, this is the only face I make. I have no sprites. I only have one. His expression was a perpetual poker face, which made it impossible to tell what he was thinking. He felt like he had an invisible wall surrounding him. Nothing got through in or out. You know, they're playing like some creepy music as we're looking at him, so that's not a good sign. Because of this, his mere presence was enough to instill Yoji with a vague undercurrent of anxiety. And as if all that weren't enough, he had a third reason to feel tense around Tetsuo. It happened right at the start of the semester. Hello? He had been in math class one day when all of a sudden, he felt like he was being watched. When he turned to look, he found Tetsuo staring at him, his eyebrows propped up on his desk. Oh, sorry, his elbows. Sorry, I was like, how did his eyebrows prop up on the desk? His elbows propped up on the desk. At first, he hadn't thought much of it, but Tetsuo had kept staring. Every time he turned to look, their eyes had met. The more he tried to ignore it, the more his discomfort had grown. That day, he felt Tetsuo's eyes boring a hole in his head all the way until the last bell rang. Why had Tetsuo been staring at him? He didn't know. After that, it had been a while before he stopped seeing Tetsuo's disembodied eyeballs in his dreams. Ugh! They never even said a word to each other, and yet as time passed, he felt Tetsuo's gaze on him again and again. It was creepy. After locking eyes in the doorway, Tetsuo broke eye contact and walked away, seemingly disinterested. As he passed, a peculiar scent tickled Yoji's nose. It didn't smell like any cologne he knew of, but it did evoke a strange sense of nostalgia? The scent faded as Tetsuo walked away. Maybe it was lavender. Finally, the tension drained from Yoji's body and he exhaled. Reflexively, he threw a glance over his shoulder in Tetsuo's direction and blinked. Tetsuo had taken a seat at the very desk where Yoji himself had mistakenly sat this morning. Makoto was a lifesaver. If Yoji had been sitting there when Tetsuo had walked in, he quickly shook the unpleasant image from his mind. He looked up at the clock. Still 30 minutes left in lunch period. Yoji left the classroom. He's like, I don't want to get to know this guy, but knowing that this is a YAOI game, I will get to know him. After school. Following the afternoon assembly, school was officially over for the day. All at once, the classroom exploded with chatter and loud goodbyes. Yoji's first day back at school had finally come to an end. Relieved, he began to pack up his things.
Yoji!
Yoji! Makoto walked over with a big grin on his face, his sports bag slung over his shoulder. Ready to go?
Oh.
Yeah.
Sweet!
Sweet! Let's jet! Once Yoji grabbed his book bag, Makoto spun and headed for the door. Together, they left the classroom and made their way down the hall towards the shoe lockers. A number of students, both male and female, waved to Makoto as he passed. Makoto was popular throughout the grade, not just in his class. With a personality like his, Yoji imagined he could befriend just about anyone. As they were changing into their outdoor shoes, a group of guys walking past called out to them.
Oh, Makoto!
Hey, Makoto! Listen, dude, you should rejoin the team! Yeah, for sure. Soon. Probably. See ya! He waved to them without so much as a glance. Then he walked over to Yoji. Come on, let's go! Walking past the Virgin Mary, standing visual over the lockers, the two left the building and headed for the gates. Outside, the sunset cast its deep red glow over the campus and the departing students. Bathed in crimson light, Makoto turned to Yoji. So how was it, being back? Yoji reflected on the day's events. Unsurprisingly, he was struggling to catch up with the material. Plus, he wasn't quite used to the overall vibe of the class. It felt like everyone saw him as the weirder, older student who was almost never around.
少し疲れたかな。
Kind of exhausting, really. Oh, actually.
まあそりゃそうだよ。
Yeah, I bet.
でもさ、
Don't worry, you'll get used to it. And if you ever have any questions, you can ask me anytime.
聞いてくれていいしさ。
Thanks. Makoto stretched his arm wide and looked up at the sky. Aw, man! I'm starving! Say, wanna grab something to eat after school tomorrow? I'd say today, but I kinda have plans.
Oh.
Sure.
構わないけど。
I don't mind.
よっしゃ
Rock on!
王子もちゃんと
I
食えよ
better see you eating actual
世の
food
中には
tomorrow.
うま
Got
い
it?
もんが溢れてるの
We
に
live in a
食わ
world
ない
full
な
of
んて
tasty
大損だ
treats.
ぜ
And when
ほ
you
んと
starve yourself like that, it goes to waste. I mean it, dude.
それは人によるんじゃないか。
Not everyone lives to eat.
あ
Come
あ
on!
もったいないって
You're really missing out! Makoto made a show of pouting for a moment. Then his lips curled into a mischievous grin.
部活やってた時なんかさ
You know,
ハン
when
バ
I
ー
was
ガー
still on
5
the
個ぐらい食わね
team,
えと持た
I
なか
always
ったんだ
needed
ぜ
like
俺
5 burgers minimum. Yoshi thought back to the group of guys who'd spoken to Makoto at the lockers. Those must have been his former basketball teammates. Makoto had been on the team last year, but had to quit in order to take more shifts at his job. Oh no, are you poor? Are you Gaku? At least that was the story he told. He worked nearly every Saturday, and all the practice and games had taken up too much of his time. Apparently, he'd been a valuable player, and his leaving the team hadn't gone over well. They were still begging him to come back. Makoto had never explained why he wanted to work so much, but Yoji could only assume he wanted to maintain his food budget. Also, hi, Saku! Oh my god, Key, I'm so happy you're playing Sweet Pool. It's my fave BL game. It's your fave? You played so many. This is your favorite? That's crazy. Well, we better be in for a good time. And if we hate it, then I'll be like, I'm judging you. Simply put, the guy ate like a horse.
あ
Oh man,
こんな
those
話を
talks
して
makes
ると
me
腹
hungrier.
が
Whoa,
ちょっと
hold
待っ
it.
た
Makoto held up his hand. Oh, held up a hand, stopping Yoji in his tracks. Yoji followed Makoto's gaze. A man was standing by the school gates. He was wearing a green shirt, sandals, and a baseball cap. A flashy outfit, to be sure, but it felt somehow familiar.
うわタイミング悪い
Yikes! Both a run and timing. Oh, rotten! Oh no! My bro! My Gaku! Yikes, both a run and timing? That's the last dude I wanted to see today. Makoto scowled. It was Okinaga Zenya. Okinaga Zenya. A third-year student. He and Yoji had been in the same grade until Yoji's stay in the hospital. There wasn't a student at Komanami who didn't know Zenya's name. He was famous. It was easy to see why.
出られない
Oh my god, his voice. I can't get out. Oh wait, this is the guy in the opening that I was like, ew. Zenya's your goat? Oops. Oh, he's wearing a cross. He's so Christian. All of a sudden, there was a deafening clanging noise. What is he doing? He's climbing on the gate. He's like, let me in! Or let me out! Oh, toss! The reveal. The reveal to the foot. That is a very interesting sandal. All of a sudden, there was a deafening clanging noise. Zenya had grabbed the bars of the gate with both hands and was now shaking it wildly.
出られない
I can't get out! Bro, just walk on the other side. He was acting like a child, screaming and hanging off the gate. Makoto and Yoji could only stare in disbelief. Other students and passerbys on the street were watching with expressions of alarm. What is this? What is this pose? But the weirdest part was this. The school gates were open. Zenya was screaming for no reason. This is how Zenya had become so famous, or rather infamous. Not only was he eccentric in the extreme, but there were nasty rumors about his family too. Everyone avoided him, even the teachers.
ああ楽しかった
Oh god, he's got the, like, nasally voice. That was fun. After giving the gates a long hard shake, Zenya hopped down and walked off campus. I'm sorry, but, like, I don't really like the really, like, Sounding voices. Beyond the gates, Yoji could see a black car parked on the street. A man was standing next to it. When he saw Zenya, he opened the rear passenger door. Even from a distance, everything about his appearance screamed Yakuza. Is it? Is he Yakuza?
Mata.
Were you waiting? Zenya tottered over to the car and climbed into the back. Once he was in, the other man slid into the driver's seat. He has a chauffeur pick him up from school? Give me a break. There was a shade of annoyance in Makoto's tone as they watched the car drive away. Some of the other students nearby were exchanging puzzled looks. Although Yoji had been in the same grade as Zenya, they'd never really spoken. On the rare days Yoji had been healthy enough to attend school, Zenya had scarcely ever shown up. And yet, he hadn't been held back. Perhaps the rumors about his families were true. Maybe he was getting special treatment. There went my good mood. Let's get out of here. Makoto walked off towards the gates with a dark look on his face. His anxiety renewed by the encounter, Yoji passed through the gates and hurried towards the train station. Interesting first day. Rhythmic vibrations traveled up through the walls of the train. Wow, so much artwork! Makoto had hopped off the previous stop. Now Yoji leaned against the door, swaying with the train's motion. At this time of day, the trains were clogged with students headed home. Actually, it looks kind of empty on this side. Feeling slightly suffocated, Yoji shifted his gaze to the scenery beyond the windows. The early summer sky was streaked with red and navy blue. What? Red and navy blue? Like the sunset? And the blue sky? Fuzzy silhouettes of buildings and houses dotted the horizon. In the window pane, his reflection was translucent and pale, like a ghost. Music blared from his earbuds, drowning out reality. Memories of the day's events played in fast forward. The air conditioning was chilly on his bare arms. But just as a shiver ran up his spine. Uh-oh. Hello? Something deep in his body began to throb. You don't say? His heart raced. His breathing grew heavy. He squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth, but a wave of dizziness washed over him. Zenya has the same voice actor as Rentaro in 3. Oh, no way! Okay, well, I apologize for being like, I don't like his voice. He squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth, but a wave of dizziness washed over him. It's not, okay, he's not the specific voice I don't like. he's like bordering on it. He squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth, but a wave of dizziness washed over him. He stumbled and the earbuds fell from his ears. Instantly, he could hear people whispering all around him. Ooh.
No.
Whoa. Do you think that guy's okay? You were right there? The voices were strangely muffled, yet beat against him like waves on a cliff. Just as he thought he couldn't take anymore, the PA announced their arrival at the next station. Slowly, the train rolled to a stop. The doors opened and Yoji staggered out onto the platform. He felt a little better just getting out of that small enclosed space. His nausea persisted. However, after a long, deep breath, he headed for the turnstiles. Turnstiles? I know what they mean. Is that how you pronounce it? The night air brushed his skin as they left the station. It had cooled down considerably, but compared to that air-conditioned train, it was practically warm. This was Obukicho, the section of Sugami Ward where Yoji lived. Conveniently, it was just a 10-minute train ride from school. The area around the station was a mix of old-fashioned shopping centers and various reconstruction projects. As Yoji traveled further away, however, the houses and apartments complexes sprung up with greater frequency. After a 15-minute walk from the station, his destination came into view. A pale white 3-story apartment building. Is this real or is this a 3D model? They're like, let's dox someone. I think this is probably not a real apartment. It might be a real apartment. I don't know. Maybe it's just artwork. His first Omega heat? No way. No way. We're the alphas. He climbed the stairs to the top floor and walked down the hall. Apartment 303. He stopped and pulled the key out of his pocket. The building was so quiet, he may as well have been the only resident. Every sound he made as he unlocked the door seemed to echo in the silence. Finally, he stepped inside and pulled the door shut behind him. All at once, the familiar serenity of his apartment enfolded him, soothing his anxiety. Picking up his shoes, he headed down the hall. On his left were the doors of to the toilet and tub. On his right, the door to his room. At the end of the hall was the dining room, as well as some other rooms that were currently just glorified storage closets. Do you live alone, or do you have parents? Yoji walked to his room and tossed his book bag on the bed. All at once, his nausea came back stronger than ever. He bolted to the toilet. I know, he's got fish. He's got a little fish tank. But I think he's kind of sick right now. He hadn't eaten anything since breakfast, so all that came up was stomach acid. Eventually, after a few more waves of nausea, his stomach finally settled. The acid stung the back of his throat. Grimacing, Yoji went to the sink and gargled some water from the faucet. Then he headed to the dining room. That's right. So he has like a lung issue? Is that what they said in the beginning? Some lung issue? Lung disease? Going back to school must have made him more anxious than he realized. Just when he'd gotten out of the hospital too, his lack of stamina was frankly depressing. He decided to take his temperature, just in case. The thermometer read 36.8. To the average person, this would be no big deal. To Yoji, it was the equivalent of a fever. Ever since he could remember, his normal temperature had always been slightly lower than most people's, usually around 35 degrees. Ah. I gotta go back to work, but have fun with Sweet Pool. Thank you, Saku! As such, a temperature that most people would dismiss as a slight fever was enough to make Yoji dizzy. Rather than risk aggravating his symptoms any further, he decided to go lie down. Returning to his room, he could hear a faint mechanical whirring, not unlike the buzz of a bee. The room was largely empty, save for a bed, TV, love seat, coffee table, and a small shelf. I'm just looking at how the furniture is arranged, and because of this, like, this column, this pillar, like, you can't, like, the table and the sofa are at a diagonal. Wow. Male living space. A love seat. For bed, TV, love seat, coffee table, and small shelf. In fact, the only thing that suggested an active occupant was the source of the noise, the aquarium just behind the sofa. It wasn't particularly large or fancy, but it was one feature of interest in an otherwise drab room. I mean, it looks like a huge tank. I mean, that's the size of a sofa. That's huge. A fluorescent strip light served as the hood of the aquarium, illuminating the water and sending patches of light dancing along the walls and floor. A shoal of 10 iridescent neon tetras darted in and out through the seaweed. Walking over the shimmering light patterns on the floor, Yoji approached the tank. Finally, he could breathe again. The same thought crossed his mind every time he came home. Be it at school or on the train, he just didn't enjoy being around people for any length of time. The atoisms. Their voices, their scents. Oh, the atoisms! He didn't dislike people per se, but being around them had always made his chest feel tight. He'd been in and out of hospital so many times by this point, it was possible he simply wasn't used to people. He sighed, opened the cupboard, and took out the canister of fish food. His 2-bedroom apartment was far too large for one person. Oh, he does live alone. Does he have parents? Are you an orphan? Who knows? Oh, never mind. His sister Erica, older by 3 years, had recently moved out after getting married. She and her husband were expecting their first child any day now. Yoji and his sister had lost their parents in an accident when they were young. Oh, they are orphans. Even now, Erica continued to pay for half of his rent and tuition. Damn. Out there, away from downtown Tokyo, the rent was actually affordable. But the cost to attend private missionary school like Komanami was nothing to sneeze at. The only reason he enrolled there was because Erika had recommended it so strongly. As a Komanami alumni and devout Christian, it had meant a great deal to her that he followed in her footsteps. She'd even offered to pay for his expenses. He tried to decline, but in the end, his protest had been no match for her insistence. She claimed it was her responsibility as his guardian, but Yoji was determined to make, frick me, I can't read. But Yoji was determined to take the burden off her shoulders as soon as possible. He didn't want to get in the way of her happy marriage. He didn't have much in the way of possessions, so when she'd moved out, it had felt like she had taken the whole house with her. He still felt empty. Like there was a hole in his heart where his sister had been. There had been times her constant concern had frustrated him, but looking back, he found he missed it. After being together for so long, he started to take her for granted. But now he knew the meaning of the phrase, you never know what you have until it's gone. The aquarium was the only thing in his empty apartment that he'd gone out of his way to obtain. He liked tropical fish. Fishy, Bubbles, Goldie, I forgot what Takumi named his fish. He liked the whole tropical aesthetic, tank water and all. Perched on the sofa, he sprinkled granules of fish food over the water surface. The damp smell tickled his nose, and the water reflected light onto his cheek. The fish swarmed the food, scales glistening brightly. He could feel the primal hunger in those tiny bodies. To most animals, survival was the only thing that mattered. They weren't swayed by the thought or emotion. For some reason, every time he watched the fish devour their food, Yoji felt that he could relate. With the feeding taken care of, he stood from the sofa. But just as he was about to change out of his uniform, he heard something buzzing inside of his book bag. His phone was ringing. He's got a little TV. He could count on one hand the number of people who might call him. Putting his phone out of his bag, he glanced down at the display. The phone continued to vibrate and flash at him. After a deep breath, he tapped the button to answer. On the other end, he heard someone exhale lightly. I guess this is his sister. Hello? Yo-kun?
姉さん
Hey, sis. A smooth voice, rich as milk. What? Rich as milk? Have I ever heard that being used before? Rich as milk. Like, I thought you meant like smooth as butter. Rich as milk? Broke the silence. Instantly, he felt his whole body relax. It was always reassuring to hear her voice. She was his last living relation. Ever since their parents had died, they supported each other through thick and thin. To Yoji, she was irreplaceable. Typically, he was never the one to call her. He didn't want to interrupt her new life. But talking to her afforded him peace of mind in a way that little else could. Are you busy? No. Okay. How are you? Are you making sure to eat?
食べてるよ
Yeah, I'm eating. A smile crept onto his lips as he answered. Then he heard a sigh of relief, and knew she must have been smiling too. Good. How's your health? You went back to school today, right?
うん
Uh-huh.
今日行って
I
きた。
just got home.
大丈夫だった
Everything
よ。
was fine.
さあ、
Yeah?
それならよかった。
I'm glad to hear that.
ずいぶん休ん
I
でた
mean,
から
I did catch up after
さす
being
が
gone
に
for so
全
long,
部が全部う
but
まくいくってことはない
I'm
け
sure
ど
I'll get it under control.
すぐに慣れるよ。
去年は入
I
院で
know
大
you
変
had
だ
a
ったも
rough
ん
time in
ね。
hospital last year.
一人で平気？
Are you doing alright on your own?
あ
Yeah.
いつでもこっちに来ていいんだからね。
You can move in with us anytime, okay? Her tone was tinged with worry, but Yoji laughed it off.
あ、大丈夫だよ。
I'm
心
fine.
配性だな、姉さん
I'm not
は
a。kid, you know.
子供じゃないん
Jeez,
だから。
you're such a mom. Wow, look at this face. Look at this sprite. He's so wide.
それより
Speaking of,
そっちこそ
how are
体
you
調は
holding up?
もうじきだろ
You're
生まれ
almost
る
due,
の。
right?
そう。
Yep. The baby's gotten so big. And feisty, too.
寝てる時にお
Sometimes
腹
all
を
the
蹴られて
kicking wakes me
目
up
が
at
覚め
night.
ちゃったりするの。
それはすごい
What a
な。
little rascal.
男の子だったよね。
He's a boy, right?
そう。
Yeah.
名
We've
前を
been
どう
trying
し
to
よう
think
か
of
っ
a
て
name for
ず
him.
っと考えてるんだけ
But
ど、
we haven't settled
な
on
かなか
anything
決まら
yet.
なくて。
Even over the phone, he could tell how excited she was. It warmed his heart. She was happy, and he couldn't ask for anything more.
生まれたら絶対に会いに来て
You
よ。
better come see him when he is
その前
born.
に、
Or
も
sooner.
っと姉を
Just
心
come
配
check
して
on your
会いに
sister
来てくれても
sometimes,
いい
okay?
のに。
わかったよ。
Okay, I
今度行
will.
くから。
会ったら激
And you
痩
better
せして
not
た
be
ん
all
なんてや
skin
め
and
てよ。
bones, got it?
ないよ。
I'm not.
本当に？
Really?
ないって。
Really? He chuckled to himself, and she giggled playfully. I wonder if we'll ever see
そ
her,
れじゃ、
what she
そ
looks
ろ
like.
そろ切るね。
Well, I better
何
go.
かあったら、
If you need me, feel free to call anytime, okay?
ああ、わかってる。
Oh my god, hi Mary! Welcome to the stream. I will, thanks.
それじゃ、おやすみなさい。
Okay, good night.
おやすみ。
Night. Just like that, the call ended, and he was dropped back into reality. His gaze wandered around the room for a moment. It was sweet of Erika to offer to let him move in with them. He felt grateful and guilty at the same time. She and her husband were still paying off his medical bills from last year. After getting held back in school, he couldn't possibly burden them any more than he already had. In particular, he needed to be extra careful about his health. He knew he probably ought to go to the hospital, but that would cost money. As a student, his only income was his part-time wages. Even if he wanted to go, realistically, the hospital wasn't an option. He would just have to take every precaution. Erika would never admit it, but he was sure that money was tight, and yet she always put his needs first. He refused to be a burden on her any more than he already was. She was his only family, and he wanted her to be happy. He set his phone on the coffee table and changed out of his uniform. Meanwhile, he contemplated dinner. There was that to-go meal in his fridge. It was past its expiration date, so his boss at the convenience store had insisted he take it home with him. He considered eating it, but realized that he wasn't particularly hungry. He'd take it to school for lunch tomorrow instead. With that out of the way, Yoji's next move was to do a bit of studying before bed. After skimming through his textbooks and old notes for a while, he lay down on the bed. A sigh escaped his lips. He must have been way more tense than he realized. The moment he lay down, it felt as though his body had fused with the mattress. Takumi vibe. Today had been an eventful day, especially in comparison to the months of hospital visits and recovery. Oh, to the month of, sorry. And yet, despite his exhaustion, he couldn't seem to fall asleep. Perhaps he was simply too wound up. Still, he dutifully closed his eyes. Inside this bubble of darkness, there was only the endless hum of the aquarium. Interesting. Kinda lonely, huh? In the end, Yoji didn't get much sleep that night. Before he knew it, light was pouring in through the window. Unsurprisingly, he was still exhausted. His body felt like lead as he left the apartment. He wasn't in the ideal condition to attend a second day of school, but nor did he really have a choice. When he arrived at the train station, the platform was full of students and morning rush commuters. The intercom announced the arrival of the train, and when it came to a stop, Yoji stepped aboard. Or rather, was herded aboard by the crowd. Moments later, a train departed, at clearly over capacity. It's really funny to read that when they have an empty train image. Once again, like yesterday, Yoji found himself frankly appalled by the number of passengers. They were packed in like sardines, to the point that he could smell all kinds of different hair products and perfumes mixing together. To make matters worse, their combined body heat had turned the inside of the car into a sauna. Anxiety coiled in his chest like a snake. Oh, the snake in the beginning. Try as he might to endure it, his vision was fading rapidly. A cold sweat broke out over his entire body. On top of that, he suddenly felt like he was losing his balance. As his temperature plummeted, he began to lose feeling in his extremities. He could barely tell whether his eyes were open or closed. The next thing he knew, his legs gave out. Just then, the train hit a sharp curve, shaking the car and sending him reeling backwards. All of a sudden, someone grabbed his arm and yanked him up. The momentum brought him back to his feet. Oh, sure, I'll have one. What flavor is the other? I'll have the mango. Thank you. Do I want what? Popcorn? Sure, I'll have some popcorn. Wow, I got ice cream! Just like the beginning of this game! Nice. And popcorn. Wow, I have a whole meal. I have a whole snack. I'm Makoto. Oh, popcorn! Awesome. Well, I have a snack and a snack. His legs were too weak to support his own weight, but someone was holding him steady. He was practically leaning against them, but as awkward as he felt, he couldn't thank them or apologize. The words wouldn't come. He was taking all he had just to keep from passing out. Don't make a sticky white puddle. Well, it is mango flavored, so it's yellow. Which is not much better. But the strangers seemed to understand because they held firm to Yoji without complaint. You guys have the same brain cell. After a few shallow breaths, he closed his eyes. He could feel faintly the other person's heartbeat pulsing against his body. As he focused on its steady rhythm, he felt himself begin to calm down. It was strange. The train was still as miserable as ever, but his anxiety was actually starting to fade. The heartbeat pulsing behind his eyelids, the fingers digging firmly into his arm. He could almost delude himself into thinking this stranger was being affectionate. Gradually, the chaos of reality began to fade, leaving only gentle darkness behind. Alright, if I have a guess, this guy, or the person holding on to Yoji here, is probably gonna be Tetsuo, and we're gonna be like, ew! Ew! What the hell? He held me, this weird creepy guy was holding on to me, but I felt calm? What the hell? I don't like this. So my guess is that it's Tetsuo. Gradually, the chaos of reality began to fade, leaving only gentle darkness behind. It felt like he was being wrapped in a big blanket, drifting off, though to where he couldn't say. He felt at peace. Wow, ice cream. Just then, the intercom came on, pulling him back from the brink of consciousness. You know what? Because you this face tracking, you can tell what I'm eating. I'm like, oh. The train slowed to a stop. The doors opened and disgorged a flood of passengers. His head was still spinning. Yoji let the crowd herd him onto the platform. His legs moved on autopilot until reality set back in. Whoever it was that had held him up in the train, they were lost to the crowd now. Oh, I'll never get confirmation. He found himself a little disappointed. He meant to thank them. As he moved with the crowd, he looked back on what had just happened. Unfortunately, in his current state, his memories were all a blur. Maybe he'd simply imagined the whole thing. All he could remember was, for sure, was a pulse. Wow, we're gonna have like a Cinderella moment. I'm gonna be like, let me listen to your heartbeat. What do you mean people should be beating their hearts at around the same pace? A warm, steady beat. It replayed in his mind, overlapping with his own. Why had he found it so soothing? Clinging to that faint trace of warmth, Yoji passed through the turnstiles and headed to the academy. I'm just like, ice cream. By the time he arrived at school, Yoji was feeling a lot better, save for the slight sluggishness of sleep deprivation. His morning classes ended without incident, and then the lunch bell rang. Kamiya, his homeroom teacher, had asked him to stop by the staff office, so Yoji did just that. There he was given a brief rundown of everything he had missed while he was out sick. Mostly they talked about what had been covered in class, as well as the major school events that had taken place. The meeting ended with some words of encouragement. Kamiya was the school's chemistry teacher, a kind and caring man. But he's not important enough to have Sprite, so... Once their conversation had come to an end, Yoji thanked him and left the office. Lunch break wasn't quite over yet, so he decided to cut through the courtyard and head for the school store. The store was located in the old school building, which was connected to the main building via hallways on each floor. Cutting through the courtyard was faster, of course. Due to its age, the old building was now used only for the school store, the chemistry lab, the sewing studio, and a few club rooms. They have a sewing studio? Oh, there's the chapel. Breathing out onto the brick walkway, he took a deep breath, savoring in the fresh air. The courtyard was located between two buildings, with an abundance of well-maintained greenery, as well as several benches. It was a popular lunch spot, and today was no exception. Some girls were occupying their usual bench under the shade of the trees, their cheerful voices bouncing off the walls. Just as he was about to enter the old building, Yoji nearly bumped into someone on their way out. You know, I'm realizing now that one of my hands is occupied by my mouse, and one of my hands is occupied by holding up my ice block. So if if something dangerous appears on screen, I won't be able to click away. Just as he was about to enter the old building, Yoji nearly bumped into someone on their way out. Whoa.
すみません。
Sorry. Right as the apology left his lips, he heard a slurping sound and looked up. Bro, what? What is that badge? What is that badge on his chest? It's like a little ferret with a leaf covering its crotch. Also, the tongue, the hand pose, like, bro. He's like, if you didn't know, I am gay. I spoke like a true Aussie. True. My god, the polka dots on him. I don't know if I like his character design. What's he drinking? Tade Coco? I don't know. It was Okinaga Zenya. He was wearing a bright green shirt and baseball cap. Neither was part of the school-mandated uniform. The shirt alone should have been enough to get him sent home for the day, but he's too scary. If he could flout the rules this egregiously and get away with it, then there was no doubt he was getting special treatment. Supposedly his father was a yakuza, and former boss at that. Zenya has the same seiyuu as Shiki and Toga Inu and Fuminori inside. He's Fuminori too? No way. Well, earlier someone said that, I think Saku said that he's also Rantaro from V3, and I was like, ooh, I see. There were all kinds of rumors floating around about him. Some said he was 2 meters tall, and if you got on his bad side, he would make you disappear. Wait, if this game came out in 2008, then that voice actor must be around for such a long time. Obviously, the rumors were exaggerated, but still, the fact was that the school had chosen to turn a blind eye to Zenya's behavior. And maybe NITRO CHiRAL was like, we really like this dude. He's gonna be in 3 of our games. Well, I guess Saino Uto's not really NITRO CHiRAL. He was holding a can up to his mouth with one hand and licking it in a very interesting way. His long blonde hair fell past his shoulders. He wore sandals and an eye patch over his right eye. I have not seen this eye patch. And of course there was that garish green shirt. A pungent odor stung Yoji's nostrils. It wasn't cologne. It smelled more like alcohol. Was Zenya drinking in the middle of the day? Regardless, Yoji had no way of knowing what might set Zenya off, so he decided to leave before things got worse. Oh, again, Urobuchi was involved in this as well as Saya. I see. I can't get it. Huh? I can't get it. Hello. Oh! the heartbeat jump scaring me every time. Okay, so we either gotta pick the blue or the red. The red that makes me crazy. The blue that keeps me calm, maybe. Well, let's keep calm for now. Is what I'm assuming. This is interesting. I don't really know what they mean, but one of them is scary. Curious as he was about what Zenya meant. Wait, maybe I should have made a save point. Well, whatever. I should have made a save point. Can I go back? No. No, I cannot. Whoa! You can go back so much. You can go back the whole game. That's kind of crazy. That's crazy. Well, I don't think I can make a save point. Curious as he was about what? I can't read. Curious as he was about what Zenya meant, he decided not to turn back. But just as Yoji was about to walk away, Zenya grabbed his arm. I wanted to leave! Pretty sure it auto-saves that decision. Oh, but that's very handy. Oh, the blonde man pulled him close, grinning widely. What?
あのさ、君ぶっ倒れた子でしょ？始業式でバターンってさ、すごい音立てて。
Hey, you're the kid who passed out on the first day, aren't you? You were all like, BAM! It was so loud. Did it like hurt? Cause it looked like it hurt. Didn't your face hit the floor? Your nose? Your forehead? Oh yeah, so anyway, speaking of pain, I can't get it out. I just wanted to leave and this man is talking to me now. Without pausing to gauge Yoji's reaction, Zenya kept talking. See, there's like some little lumps stuck at the bottom here. Oh my god. Oh my god! I'm just thinking of 100 line. Oh no! Gaku milk? The label on the can read, with real coconut gel. For a moment, Zenya's pale fingers resembled the coils of a snake wrapped around its prey. No, actually, I think it looks like a man about to jerk another man off, so... So, I kinda need a favor. Yoji tried to wrench his arm free, but it was like Zenya's hand was glued to his skin. I said, I need a favor. He repeated his words in the same vapid tone, and Yoji turned to look at him. He was grinning from ear to ear, but the light in his eyes was cold.
持ってないかな
You don't suppose you got any? Oh, sorry, you don't suppose you got any? Zenya lowered the can from his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Hello? What was that? Oh god, his tongue is all like cut up. Ew. He is wearing an eye patch. Wait, you gamu? Oh no, this is underline in my brain. That looks like it hurts. Zenya's mouth was a sea of red, his tongue wet with saliva and blood. Yoji could make out over a dozen tiny cuts.
頑張ったんだけどね
I gave it my best shot, but I
鉄
just
の味
can't
ば
get
っかり
down
するんだ
there.
よね
Oh, I can taste this metal now. Sticking his tongue in and out, Zenya Goffwood? What the heck was that word? Goffwood. Guffwood and shrugged his shoulders. Yoji could only stare as he struggled to process what he was saying.
だからさ
Guffawed.
持ってないかな
Thank you, James. Guffawed. So yeah, you got any? Come on. After a beat, Zenya would open his mouth cartoonishly wide.
絆創膏ちょうだい
Give me a band-aid, please. Please. On your tongue? There was no point wasting another second here. There we go! Yoji summoned all of his strength and yanked his arm away, this time successfully. But Zenya simply lifted the can back to his lips, his eyes on Yoji. Was he going to wriggle his tongue around in there again? The image made his skin crawl. As he walked past Zenya, he heard a sound, but it wasn't slurping. It was airy and stiff, like teeth clacking together. He did not know what he could be making. What could be making that sound, and he had no intention of finding out. Instead, he walked straight into the old school building. He was like, "Enough of that guy! Enough of that weirdo!" He passed the rows of unused shoe lockers, and he heaved a sigh of relief. He never expected Zenya to mess with him like that. The image of his bloody tongue was burned into his brain. Ew. And that strange alcoholic smell. Bile rose in the back of his throat. He needed to just forget it. That guy wasn't normal. That guy's not normal. He's a weirdo. Shaking the memory from his head, Yoji headed to the store. My ice cream is dripping onto my popcorn. I'm gonna have mango flavored popcorn. School was over for the day. Following the afternoon assembly, the classroom seemed to heave a collective sigh of relief.
Yoji, 帰ろうぜ
Yoji, let's go home! You're eating ice cream now? Awesome! Makoto walked over to Yoji's desk, his book bag already over his shoulder.
今日の約束
You didn't figure out plans today, did ya? We agreed to go get food, remember? Yeah, I
忘れてない
remember.
よ
じゃあ早く
Well,
行こうぜ
let's get going! Makoto grinned, practically bouncing on his heels. As Yoji set about packing away his textbooks and pencils, Makoto gave him a puzzled look.
あれ幼児って教科書とかいちいち持って帰って
Wait,
ん
you
の
take all your textbooks home with you?
持って帰ってるよ
Of course.
なんで
What for?
予習と復習する
So
か
I
ら
can review the coursework and study ahead.
予習
You actually study? What are you, the perfect student? I never studied in my life! Oh, dumbass. Makoto is Kuzuryu in Dorama 2? No way! His eyes widened in mock disbelief.
休んでたから
Well, I'm sick a lot. Oh, right. Such a...
そうだよ
Still,
な
that's crazy.
でもすげえな
Man, I should take a leaf out of your book. I'm totally not
とか
going
言っ
to,
て
but
やら
I
な
should.
い
Makoto shrugged his shoulders. Then, an instant later, his playful smile darkened. He was looking over Yoji's shoulder.
Sakiyama.
Hello. Hello, tan man. Sakiyama. Okay, I need like a comparison of their sprites, and then I can actually see if he's tan. At the sound of his name, Yoji turned and frowned when he saw who was standing there. Tetsuo. He stiffened beneath Tetsuo's stare. You know you're on duty, right? Tetsuo's voice was deep and gruff in Yoji's ears. I'm gonna have to do low voices. I'm like, yo. Hello, normal high school student. So true. This is what it is. This is how it is when you're cosplaying a high school student character and you're like over 25. Had his voice always been like that? It was a tense moment, but all Yoji felt was surprise. It felt like he was hearing Tetsuo's voice for the first time, even though that couldn't be true. Duty? Cleaning duty as of yesterday. Then it finally hit him. He had remembered that he was on cleaning duty this week. After being sick out for so long, he'd forgotten many of the little details of school life that most students took for granted. And now he inadvertently neglected his duties. Guilt washed over him, and he cursed himself for not being more careful. Khee, the eyebrow raise I did seeing this on my front page. Hello, Marcy! welcome to YAOI o'clock. Here we go. You know, after 100 line, which is definitely a YAOI game. I gotta indulge in more YAOI. Welcome to the stream, Marcy. He knew it wasn't his fault he'd been sick, but every time something like this happened, it only served to widen the gap between him and everyone else. So why had Tetsuo gone to the trouble of reminding him? After a moment of thought, it dawned on him. Oh, are they doing cleaning duty together? Cleaning duties were always assigned in alphabetical order. Sakiyama, Yoji, Shironuma, Tetsuo. Let's bond. They were on cleaning duty together.
Oh, そっか。Yoji, 今週の当番だったのか。
Oh, right.
適当に待ってろ。
Forgot you were on duty this week. Well, guess I'll wait around somewhere. You could help, and then, you know what? We, as 3 people, we could get this done faster. His chipper boots suddenly gone, Makoto turned and stalked out of the classroom. Yoji was left standing there with Tetsuo. The situation was exceedingly awkward.
We're
on trash duty. Without another word, Tetsuo headed to the garbage bins in the corner of the classroom. Reluctantly, Yoji followed after him. The other students on cleaning duty were dusting and Oh, there's more than 2?! Were dusting and mopping with looks on their faces that said they'd rather be doing literally anything else. Some of them had given up entirely and were now chatting instead. Tetsuo stopped in front of the bins, then leaned forward slightly to scan their contents. The trash was sorted into 2 categories, burnables and non-burnables. Trash duty involved sifting through the garbage to ensure that everything was sorted correctly. Supposedly, the school had received complaints from the city for not keeping its trash separated, and ever since, they've been cracking down. It was the end of the day, and the cans were nearly overflowing. Tetsuo was checking the non-burnables, so Yoji started on the burnables bin. For the most part, everything seemed to be sorted correctly, save for the occasional plastic bag that he had to untie and check. The only sound between them was that of rustling plastic. They had nothing to say to each other. Meanwhile, cheerful voices trickled into the room through the open doors and windows. Oh, hello. See, in this picture, I'm taking like 90% of the frame, and you are just in the bottom corner, which is to say that I am asserting my dominance over this interaction. And clearly, I will top. Who did this? Out of nowhere, Tetsuo's low growl broke the silence. Oh, never mind. The picture moves. Yoji looked up to find him holding a plastic bag in one hand. Inside was a half-eaten to-go meal. Oh, was that me? Was that my fault? The moment he realized who it belonged to, he found himself wishing he could sink through the floor. It was his. Look at this picture. Wow, look at the sunset. God, he's huge. God, he's massive. It was his. He brought the to-go meal for lunch, but had tossed it after only a few bites. He must have been paying attention to which bin he was using. He turned away. Beside him, he heard a thud as Tetsuo tossed the to-go meal back into the trash. Flooded with fresh guilt, Yoji went back to work. He was like, I'll never tell. Once they had finished looking through the garbage, they pulled out the trash bags and tied them up. Their last task was to take 2 bags out to the dumpsters behind the gym. Yoji had just finished tying up the burnable garbage when suddenly he felt something cold touch the back of his neck. Uh-oh. Well, what do I pick? Do I pick the blue? Or do I pick the red? I'm gonna keep going with blue. I'm gonna keep going with blue for now. I really don't know. Maybe I have to look at a guide later. Maybe we'll go all blue first and then we'll go all red. At the same time, he smelled something faintly sweet. But just as he was about to turn his head to look, he thought better of it. Tetsuo was standing right behind him. Did Tetsuo just touch him? No way. Why would he do that? Unnerved, Yoji quickly left the classroom. Wait up, Yoji! Don't forget me, your bro! At the sound of his name, Yoji looked back to find Makoto standing with a group of students near the door. As they made eye contact, Makoto walked up to him. You're done after you take the trash out, right? I'll come with! As he spoke, Makoto shot a glance at Tetsuo's direction. He was busy tying up the non-burnable garbage. You okay, man? What do you mean? Never mind. It's funny how it's like 8 years since I last played this game, and I can still remember what choices lead where. Mary, it's engraved in your brain. Never mind. Makoto quickly put on his usual cheery smile. Come on, let's get going. Wait, did the very first decision impact this story? Because I picked red for the very first one. Securing a firm hold on his garbage bag, Yoji left the classroom with Makoto. Together, they walked out the front entrance and headed for the gym. I just abandoned Tetsuo. I'm like, whatever. He's not my bro. Oh, frick! What did he say? Ooh, it's really cooled off since this morning, huh? Makoto closed his eyes, enjoying the slight chill of late afternoon. Meanwhile, Yoji heaved a breath? Heaved a... Breathe? Breath. No, yeah, breath. Man, English is hard. Relieved to have left Tetsuo behind. The two of them walked along the walls of the gym until they arrived at the back, where the 2 large metal dumpsters came into view. Like the garbage cans, the dumpsters were also split into burnables and non-burnables. Yoji opened the one marked for burnables and pushed his trash bag inside. You know, I've been thinking about that, but wouldn't the plastic bag not be a, burnable thing? How does that work? I guess maybe once it gets to the sorting trash disposal center, they get rid of the bags? I don't really know. Never really thought about that. Sweet! Trash duty is donezo! Makoto stretched his arms wide as if the effort had all been his. Now let's get out of here! I'm starving, dude! Alright, I just need to swing by the classroom and grab my bag. Okie dokie! Makoto laced his fingers behind his head as they headed back the way they come. Hey, did I saw you in the classroom just now? You seemed kinda, I don't know, angry or something? Not really. Oh, well, okay then. He's like, that's what Tetsuo makes me feel. Anger. His encounter with Tetsuo? It was nothing. No big deal. There was one thing that lingered on his mind. That faint sweet scent. The smell was familiar, and yet he couldn't place it no matter how hard he tried. It was the train. Before he knew it, they were back in the entrance.
待ってるからカバン取ってこいよ。
I'll wait here while you grab your bag. Oh man, I know exactly what I'm gonna order. This time, I'm getting the Omega Burger! I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. Makoto leaned against the door, mouth watering. Yoji had seen commercials for the Omega Burger before. The thing was absolutely enormous. The Omega Burger, the Alpha Burger. Oh lord.
すぐ戻る。
I'll be right back.
幼児も食えよ。
You should get the Omega Burger too. It's good.
それは無理かな。
No, I couldn't eat that.
チェ
After one last exchange, Yoji headed to the classroom to retrieve his book bag. When he arrived, Tetsuo was nowhere to be found. Cleanup was over, and a few students were standing around chatting. Feeling a tiny glimmer of relief, Yoji grabbed his bag and headed to the shoe lockers where Makoto was waiting. So I'm gonna assume if we picked red, we would abandon Makoto and like talk to Tetsuo more, perhaps. After changing into their outdoor shoes, the two left the school. As they headed to the school gates, Yoji noticed a car parked just outside. It was the same black car from yesterday. A certain Okinaga Zenya sprang to mind. The driver was standing next to the
い
car.
つもいつもなんつうかすげえよな。
Every single day. Wow, he's so cool. Makoto scowled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As they drew nearer to the gates, the man's features became clear. Whoa! Old man YAOI! This guy's got like aura. He looked to be somewhere in his 30s. Really? I don't know, man. He could be in his 40s. Hi, Grandpa! Don't say that about 30-year-olds! He looked to be somewhere in his 30s. He was wearing a suit with no tie and for some reason a single leather glove on his left hand. With his pointed chin, dark sunglasses once again, and the raised scars all over his face. The man gave off a particular aura. You could tell he wasn't a regular guy. He's like, I'm Yakuza, baby. This one glove. That's all the protection you're gonna need. Marcy, you're turning 30 this year! Happy birthday, we're twins! The man took out a pack of cigarettes, put one between his lips, and lit it with a metal lighter. A curl of tobacco smoke rose into the sky as he exhaled, a wispy cloud. The other students headed home, gave him and his car a wide berth, but he didn't seem to notice.
とっとと行こうぜ。また沖永が来て暴れで。
Sorry, I don't know if that was supposed to be pronounced birth. But that's what I said, so...
かもしれないしな。
Let's get out of here before Okinaga makes another scene. Okay, I'm gonna guess this is... Oops. This is like Zenya's chauffeur slash bodyguard slash assistant or whatever. Definitely not his dad. Makoto had a disgusted look on his face. He must have been thinking about what had happened yesterday. The driver was even more intimidating up close. And yet, there was something peculiar about the way he stood there, like a loyal soldier who would never leave his post. The man glanced in their direction. Behind the sunglasses, his piercing gaze was reminiscent of a bird of prey. Yikes! Creepy! Makoto's voice was barely a whisper. Once they made it past him, the tension eased.
さあ、食うぞ。
Alright, okay, let's grab some grub. Never mind about those two people. we're not focusing on them right now. It's the Makoto route. Let's go. As if to shake off any lingering fear, Makoto raised his hands over his head, grinning. Smiling slightly at his childlike display, Yoji followed Makoto to the train station. Hold on. I choked on popcorn. The station square was overflowing with housewives on errands and students heading home for the day. Walking down the main street beneath the setting sun, they soon arrived at Makoto's favorite burger joint. Makoto really doing his best to keep this tone light. He's like, never mind the horrors! The moment they stepped inside, they were engulfed by the din of the restaurant. At this time of day, the customers were predominantly students, and a long line had formed at the register. After ordering their food, Yoji and Makoto waited for their numbers to be called, then grabbed their orders and sat down at the counter.
Yotta.
Oh. 3 burgers? 3 burgers, fries, 1 sundae with an Oreo, and a drink. Damn. What's that on his wristband? Is that an echidna? Here we are! Makoto's tray was crammed full of food. Just listening to him place his order had been hard on Yoji. It felt like he was the one making the cashier gape in disbelief. I only have 1 drink because I do not wish to eat food. For himself, he simply ordered an iced coffee. The greasy smell filling the restaurant had killed any appetite he might have had. No way! A 4th burger! Wait, that's it? For real? Makoto's lips curled into an exaggerated frown, his eyes on Yoji's coffee. I'm not hungry. Ah, you could eat something. Want one of mine? Nah, I'll pass. Wow. How old are you again? Wow, let's just look at him. Just like Kadoa? I know, this is just like the Kadoa scene. Except they were going into a movie. Yoji shook his head, and Makoto grinned like he'd seen it coming. Good, cause you aren't getting none. Yoji resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Goofy though they were, he sometimes felt that Makoto's antics were the sole bright spot in his otherwise trying life at school. Makoto's unpretentious attitude enabled him to establish a comfortable rapport with just about anyone. Yoji suspected it was part of his personality that drew people to him. Oh man, I can't get enough of this stuff! Omega burger! Makoto took another bite, chewing with gusto. He had only just unwrapped that burger, yet within moments he had devoured it and moved on to the next. To Makoto, any normal-sized hamburger was practically bite-sized. One by one, he snapped up the smaller burgers. Evidently, he was saving the Omega burger for last. This was far from the first time Yoji had seen Makoto eat, and yet he couldn't help but wonder how all that food fit inside Makoto's slender frame. Wow. God, Makoto, your hand looks so giant. You know what? Yoji's hand looks giant too. That must be like a small-sized drink. That's huge. Makoto fell silent, concentrating on his meal, and Yoji knew that anything said at this point would receive only a non-committal grunt in reply. But he didn't mind. If anything, he appreciated Makoto's silence. It felt accepting. Sipping on his coffee, he looked out the window. The pane of glass stretched from the floor to the ceiling. Beyond it, dozens of people hurried past on their way home. Like Yagami ass face. That was what I was saying! I was like, when I looked at the cover art for this game, I was like, he looks like Light Yagami. As he watched their comings and goings absently, he heard the faint sound of bells. That's bells? It was Yuyake Koyake. What a name. Yuyake Koyake. The Golden Sunset. The melody that played precisely at 5 p.m. each day. Makoto suddenly looked up from his burger.
そういえばさ、沖永って親父がこっち系だって知ってた？
Okay, I feel like I gotta pay attention. If I ever hear that bell again, I'm like, it's 5 p.m. That reminds me. Have you heard about Okinaga's dad? Taking a sip of cola, he traced a finger meaningfully down his cheek. The implication was clear. Yakuza, gangster.
聞いた。誠か
Yeah,
ら。
actually, you told me.
あれ
Huh?
俺か
I did?
そうだっけ
Guess I'm starting to lose track of who I've told.
もう誰が誰だか
Makoto was Yoji's primary source for any rumors going around the school. Having a lot of friends meant he got to hear a lot of gossip.
まあいいや
Anyway,
だから
I don't see why he has to have his
運
own
転手
private
付きの車で
driver
お迎
picking
え
you
と
up
か
after school.
マジ
It's
ありえねえよ
ridiculous.
なあの運転手
And that driver's a
あれ
total
も
thug
絶
too.
対やばい
I
ぞ
just know it.
顔
Scars
に
all
傷
over
と
his
かあるし
face.
さ
He just doesn't
雰
feel
囲気が普通じゃねえよ
normal, you know?
銃とか
He's
持っ
probably
てんじゃねえ
packing
か
heat.
な
ああ。
Yeah.
切れたら追っ
Piss
か
him
けて
off,
きた
it'll
り
probably
して
whack you. Bam! Just like that. Makoto curled his fingers into the shape of a gun and made a firing motion at Yoji. The look in his eyes suggested he was anticipating a laugh, but Yoji simply shrugged. He's like, yeah, whatever. Shoot me.
くぅ反応
You're no fun. He pouted for a moment before stuffing his half-eaten burger into his mouth. Then, as he finally picked up the Omega Burger, his expression suddenly hardened. Hardened?
なんで急に
That's why I mentioned Okinaga. It's about those bells just now.
さっき
Yuyake
流れて
Koyake.
ただろ夕焼け小焼け
あ
Yeah?
あれさ
See,
噂
there's a
があるんだ
rumor going around about him and that
沖縄と
tune.
夕焼け
Have you
小焼
heard?
け知ってる
あ。噂
What sort of rumor? Yoji realized that the melody, had faded away. Wiping the crumbs from his mouth with his thumb, Makoto looked at him with an exaggerated solemnity.
さっき鳴った鐘あれって5時になっ
That
た
tune plays every day at 5, right?
そう
Five nights
する
at
とさ
Five
どう
nights
いう
at
わけだか
Komanami.
決まって沖永
Well,
前夜の
rumor has it that the
見
second
えな
it
くなるら
starts,
しい
Okinaga Zenya vanishes into thin air. What? He's like, bye! Poof.
見えなくなる
He just disappears. Makoto took another bite of his burger and smirked. So they
つまり
say.
さ
Screaming and
つい
throwing
さ
a
っき
fit
ま
one
で
minute,
そこで
then
騒いで
five
た
rolls
のに
around and
5
poof.
時になるとピタ
Gone.
ッといなくなるらしいんだよ
Have you seen it happen?
見た
いや俺は見てない
Me
けど
personally? No.
クラスの
But
奴らが
I heard
話
some
してた
guys in
な
class told me about how creepy it is
毎
that
日
he
5時
disappeared every day at
きっかりに消えるとか言って
exactly 5 p.m.
みんな幽霊
Like
み
a
たいだって
ghost, they
気味
said.
悪がってた
Anyway, there's
So
just
what,
something
like a
weird
hint,
about that
I-
dude. While Yoji was inclined to agree on that point, the rumor itself was far from convincing.
偶然じゃないのか
You sure it's not just a
トイレに
coincidence?
行ってたとか
Maybe he just went home or went to the
帰ってただけとか。
bathroom or something. I'm sorry, are the kids still at school at 5 p.m.?
いやいやいや噂は
No,
ま
no,
だある
no!
んだぜ
There's more to the rumor, see? Makoto leaned in.
5時の鐘が鳴った時に
There's
さ
a witness who says they saw Okinaga stumbling around while the song was playing.
で
So they got curious and went after him.
後をつけ
They
て
followed him all the way to an
So
old
start.
and big classroom.
今は使われてい
What
な
do
い
you
教
think
室に
happened
たど
then?
り着いてさ
さあ
No clue. Makoto's tone was melodramatic, a smile playing at his lips.
鍵がかかって
They
るは
heard
ずの教室
horrible screams from inside a classroom that was supposed to be locked. They got scared and tried to run, but just as they were about to leave, they felt something cold touch the back of their neck.
恐る恐る
Slowly
見ると
Turned around to find
そこには
a bloody hand reaching for them! Oh my god. Oh, I'm so scared. No, I'm gonna be calm. I'm gonna be calm and say, that's dumb. That's dumb,
あった
Makoto.
のか
Did that really happen?
いや
Nah. Makoto's smile deepened into a mischievous grin.
まさか信じたの
Wait, did you actually believe me? Should I get an award for that performance or what? Makoto was visibly giddy about this, so Yoji made a show of considering it.
まあ
Hmm,
それ
it
な
was
りに
okay, I guess. Instantly, Makoto's head dropped.
なんだ
What the hell, man? Way to kill the moment.
それより
Never mind that.
その
What does this
話
have
と
to do
沖
with
縄と
Okinaga?
何か関係があるのか
Makoto smiled sheepishly, scratching his head.
いや
I mean,
まあ
well, it
そ
happened
れが
right around the time
沖縄の
Okinaga
消える時間と
supposedly
重なって
disappeared.
たっていうな
So, you know,
な
just like that, the story lost all credibility.
まあ今のはともかくさ
Okay, but real talk though, there really are people who say they've seen him moaning and twitching while Yuyake
そういう目撃談は本当にあるらしいぜ
twitching.
へえ
何にせよ
Either way,
関わり合
I'd
いに
say
な
the
らないの
best
が一
plan
番だよ
is
な
just to avoid him.
この間
Too late. He talked to me
話し
the
かけ
other
られた
day.
けどな
He talked to you today, bro. What? For real? Makoto's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. No way! What did he want?
さあ
I don't know. Apparently he remembers how I passed out of the first day of school. Whoa. He has a good memory?
記憶力あるんだ
Weird.
あいつ意外だな
Makoto nodded thoughtfully to himself, like he just learned some random animal fact. I'm gonna turn my phone to do not disturb. Do not give me notifications right now. Nah, forget it. The dude just straight up creeps me out. And while we're on the topic, so does Shiranuma.
白沼も不気味だけどな
Shiranuma Tetsuo. The memory of his icy gaze flashed through Yoji's mind.
何考えてん
You
のか
never
わか
tell
ん
what
ね
he's
えしさ
thinking, you know? He's
ちょっ
like
とロ
a
ボットっぽい
robot or something.
そ
Yeah.
うだな
For some reason, Yoji couldn't help but recall that peculiar scent. Faintly sweet and somehow familiar. And that's that!
おー
Oh, I'm full! That was so good! The Omega inside of me! That Omega burger, filled me to the brim! In a blink, the Omega burger had vanished, leaving Makoto's tray littered with rolled up wrappers. His fries and drink were already gone. This wasn't the first time Yoji had seen Makoto suck down food like a human vacuum, but it never got any easier to believe.
名字は
What about you?
終わった
I'm full.
終わっ
What? All you had was a
た
drink! You gonna eat something when you get
飲み物
home
だけ
at
じゃ
least?
終わったも何もねえじゃん
腹が減った
If I
ら
get hungry, yeah.
多分って
What do you mean if? With a sigh, Makoto got up to carry his tray to the garbage can, shaking his head in disbelief all the while. For real, dude?
本当に名字っ
Seriously?
てなんかこ
You look
う
like a
風が吹いた
stiff
らどっ
breeze
か
would
飛ん
blow
でっちゃ
you
いそうだよ
away.
な
What's that supposed to mean?
どういう
そのまんまだよ
Exactly what I
支えてやる奴がい
said!
ないと
Like, you need someone to keep you grounded or you might float off. I mean,
食いたくな
you're
いからい
always
い
like,
かな
I don't feel like
眠くない
eating.
か
I
らいい
don't
かな
feel like
みたい
sleeping.
な
Guess I'll just skip it, you know?
そう
I guess. Did everyone see him that way?
当たってるだろ
I'm right, aren't I?
だ
That's
から
why I keep
こうや
taking
っ
you out
て
for
飯とか
food.
誘ってる
At
わ
least
け
eat when I'm
せ
around,
めて
okay?
俺といる時くらいなんか食いなよ
Wow, Makoto, my good friend.
考えておくよ
I'll think about it.
もう
Ah! Makoto clutched his head in frustration, drawing a tiny smile from Yoji. Beyond the window, shades of scarlet tinted the sky as the sun lingered on the horizon.
あ
Man, I
新
want
しい
some
スニ
new
ーカー欲
kicks.
しいんだよな
Maybe I should stop by the
買っ
mall.
てこうかな
Suddenly, Makoto turned away, lost in thought.
それ
Nothing's like
新品じゃないの
brand
か
new. Yoji looked down at Makoto's sneakers. They were almost perfectly clean, not a frayed shoelace in sight.
そうなんだけど
Well,
さ
yeah,
ま
I
た
just
欲しいの
found
見
this
つけちゃ
really
って
cool
さ
pair the other day.
バイト増や
Maybe
そ
I'll ask for more shifts at work.
増やせるのか
You can work more shifts?
いや
Not really.
More
I'm working
paper.
like
でも欲しいんだ
24/7.
よ
But
買えるの
I
ないのか
really want them, you
な
know?
よじ
I
買っ
can't
てくん
afford
ない
them till next month. Say, Yoji, buy them for me?
無理
No, I'm poor too.
さあさ
Wow,
あ
rejected.
そうそう冗談だって
Hey, come on, I'm just kidding. Together, Yoji and Makoto left the crowded restaurant, their banter as light as their wallets. We're so poor. You know, I didn't have a job in high school.
お疲れ様でした
I didn't have a like part-time job while I was in high school. I think the first like that kind of job that I had was in uni, when I went to uni. Yeah. I had like a job when I was a child though. I did work when I was a child, but not during school. Have a good night. After changing into his street clothes, Yoji stepped out of the back room and waved goodbye to the coworker who had taken over the register. But to be fair, in high school, I had to take like an hour to commute to my school, so I was like, no, I need to do homework. Oh wait, you did acting, right? Not acting. When I was like a little kid, my parents got me into like modeling, like for commercials or things like that. I wasn't in that many, but like I was in a Uniqlo catalog once. And I have a copy of it, and I was like, wow, it's so cute. But yeah, it's funny that I was that because I became super camera shy. I became super camera shy and self-conscious after getting bullied in school, so that kind of stopped. Oh, my kid did modeling too and is now a VTuber. The pipeline's so true! We all end up this way. If your kid is a model, well, they're gonna end up as a VTuber. We're like, enough of our face. Now we are anime. After changing into his street clothes, Yoji stepped out of the back room and waved goodbye to the coworker who had taken over the register. You know what? If your kid is excited about it, modeling's not bad. It's not bad to like, I don't know, earn a little money, I guess. But it does take like a lot of time and like prep work because you have to go to auditions, and then obviously if you're in school, you might have to take a day off school or something to attend a photo shoot or whatever. So, yeah, interesting stuff. Did they save up the money for you? Yeah, they did. Yoji stepped out of the back room and waved goodbye to the coworker who had taken over the register. Then he walked out of the convenience store and into the stillness of the night. Yoji has started working there part-time as a means to cover his living expenses. Usually he would head over right after school, then work until about 10 o'clock that night. You know what? Like, even if my parents did not keep the money for me, now as an adult and looking back on it, I would have been like perfectly fine if they had used that money, because like my parents were not rich or anything. Like they like immigrated like birds. They immigrated to Australia and like, you know, had to work very, 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 very hard. So at the time, right, like had they used my paycheck for modeling jobs, like, because obviously they would have to take out their time to send me to auditions and stuff too. I'm sure I wouldn't have mind. Anyway, usually he would head over right after school, then work until about 10 o'clock at night. The manager, while being a little overbearing at times, had always been considerate of Yoji's condition. No matter how many times Yoji called in sick, he always let it slide. Yoji was quite grateful for this, so he decided to keep working there until he graduated from the academy. With his shift now over for the night, Yoji headed home. Thankfully, his house was only 15 minutes away on foot. In this predominantly residential neighborhood, hardly anyone went out at night. Save for the occasional car, Yoji was all alone. The dim, flickering light of the street lamps only served to emphasize the emptiness around him. After so many nights deprived of sleep, Yoji was ready to drop. Yet he knew the moment he crawled into bed, his eyes would snap wide awake. There was no escape from the misery. Oh, the misery! His shoes tapped softly on the well-worn pavement as he passed slowly beneath the lights. Suddenly, through the haze of drowsiness, he sensed a presence behind him. He couldn't hear their footsteps, but there they were. He was certain of it. Deserted through the neighborhood, Deserted though the neighborhood typically was, it wouldn't be his first time he'd run into someone else at night. With that thought bolstering his courage, he looked casually over his shoulder. But no one was there. All that lay behind him was the sprawling darkness of night. Scary. He was so sure he felt someone's presence. Had it been his imagination? Perhaps the lack of sleep was making him hallucinate. No, Mins! You're asleep! Perhaps when he could barely keep his eyes open, it was easy to mistake shadows or patterns for monsters. Maybe that was all it had been. But then, why did he feel so cold? Had he fallen ill? Was this yet another symptom of his sleep deprivation? Monsters, huh? His drowsy haze began to clear away, and he quickened his pace, eager to get home. Then he sensed the presence again. Not just one. There were several this time. He shot another glance over his shoulder, but once again, no one was there. Even with the street lamp, the road behind him was dark, stretching into endless abyss of night. Paranoia seized him, and he doubled his pace. Behind him, he heard a rustling noise, like dead leaves being crunched underfoot. But there was no trees on this road. And then he heard something else. Something that made his skin crawl. A wet, wriggling sound, like raw meat being stirred in a pan. It was too much. Yoji burst into a run. It wasn't his imagination. Something was back there, chasing him. The street lamps only made it worse. Under the light, the darkness felt all the more menacing. Whatever it was, he had to escape. If it caught him, he didn't stop running until he was home. You know what? This morning, the reason why I didn't start at my usual time was I went out for a walk with my sister. We went out for a walk for 2 hours. It was really good, honestly. But we started by going for a jog. And we jogged for 4 minutes before we stopped. We were like, oh, we're so tired. And then we looked at the time, it was like, it's only been 4 minutes. We're so doomed. So, I should practice. I should practice more. Yoji running forever while Khee yaps. Hey, I'm telling my story here. He didn't stop running until he was home. After 4 minutes, we were like, okay, let's stop running. The second he made it inside, he shut and locked the door behind him. Ooh, my kitchen. Gasping for breath, he went to the kitchen sink, poured himself a glass of tap water, and gulped it down. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he returned the glass to the counter. What was that just now? He was sure that he hadn't imagined it. Oh, was he sure that he hadn't imagined it? No, he felt it. That sound. The memory sent a shiver down his spine. Something had been chasing him. He recalled the sound of its wet, raspy breath. It had seemed so real. But at the same time, he knew that it couldn't be. His heart still thumping wildly in his ears, Yoji headed for his bedroom. The weird, ease in, ease out of this background music is really eerie. He remembered the ghost story Makoto had recounted earlier that day. He hadn't believed it, of course. He wasn't that gullible, but he'd still felt a little on edge afterwards. Perhaps the story had gotten to him after all. People said that telling ghost stories was a good way to get yourself haunted for real. Surely that wasn't true, right? It was probably the fatigue. Maybe a bath would help him clear his mind? With that thought, he grabbed his change of clothes and headed for the bathroom. Ooh, my clothes washer. My washing machine. My clothes washer? I was like, why can't I think of what that's called? He was normally more of a shower person, but tonight he was in the mood for a long soak. His sister was the one who had turned him on to the stress-relieving powers of a nice hot bath. That sentence. His sister was the one who had turned him on. Like, in another game. In another idle game. That would be a... that would be a different meaning. After pausing by the sink to strip down, Yoji turned on the hot water. Soon steam was rising from the tub. It clung to his bare skin. As he waited for the tub to fill, he glanced at the mirror. Through the steam, he could make out a dark, raised scar on the left side of his chest. Whoa. It was the vestige of a childhood injury from the same accident that had claimed his parents' lives. Even after all these years, the sight of it still pained him. Turning away from the mirror, he quickly rinsed himself down with the shower head and then stepped into the tub. I feel like there's gonna be a picture. I think there might be a picture coming up, so... Instantly, he felt the warmth of the water seep into his feet. I'm gonna put red up just in case. Slowly, he lowered himself into the bath, submerging himself all the way up to his shoulders and letting the warmth envelop his entire body. Oh, never mind. Pushing his wet hair out of his face. Hold on. While I'm naked and sitting in my hot bath, let me remember the faces of the two guys I'm thinking about at school. Pushing his wet hair out of his face, he looked up at the ceiling and watched the steam rise around him as he reflected on the day's events. my two romance options. It wasn't long before his thoughts hit a brick wall. A wall named Tetsuo. Never mind, he's the guy. That afternoon, Yoji and Tetsuo had been on trash duty together. Aside from the incident with the go-to meal, everything had gone as smoothly as he could expect. But then, as Yoji was tying up the trash bag, something had touched him from behind. He put a hand to his neck. At the time, he dismissed the possibility, but there was no other explanation. Tetsuo had touched him there. But why? Just then, he felt something strange on his neck. Something slimy and slippery. Uh-oh. Obviously, he expected his body to be wet, but this was different. It's wet. Oh. He pulled his hand away from his neck and looked at his fingers. His breath caught in his throat. A red, viscous substance clung to his fingertips. Blood. The memory of that touch flashed through his mind again. He'd been wondering why Tetsuo would touch him out of the blue like that. Could it be? Had Tetsuo seen the blood? His mind reeled, his pulse quickened. Why am I bleeding from my neck? As his breathing grew ragged, a tingling sensation spread through his hands and feet. Perhaps he'd been soaking for too long. But just as he started to rinse... Oh, as he started to rise, he froze. Is there a penis? Oh, there's a nipple! I don't think there is. The water was red? Yo, Jesus turning water to wine? That's a symbolism. The water was red. Blood red. Wow, you look different in every single piece of artwork. His body was burning hot. He squeezed his eyes shut, unwilling to believe what he was seeing. Let's keep going blue. Maybe if I go with blue, the water would turn back into water. No! Pushing the thought away, he opened his eyes. The sea of red had vanished. Whee! Everything was back to normal. I'm just hallucinating. Had it been just a trick of the light? A glitch in his sleep-deprived mind? Unable to think straight, Yoji climbed out of the tub. The instant he stepped onto the tile, his vision dimmed, and he lost his balance, collapsing against the wall. You know what? I'm gonna assume if I picked the red, I was gonna see his penis. Damn it! Maybe next time. Stumbling out of the bathroom on unsteady legs, Yoji grabbed his towel and dried himself off. Why did the bathwater look so red? Whoa, wait! My scar? My scar? Wow, this really is 100 line. Why did the bathwater look so red? Was he sure that it hadn't been real? He couldn't have. Timidly, he peered back through the bathroom door. Sure enough, the water was clear. All in all, it had been a long and exceptionally bizarre day. Clearly, he was just really tired. Yoji stepped back inside and pulled the plug to let the water drain. Then he put on his pajamas and went back to his room. After feeding the fish, he laid down on the bed, his hair still damp. But despite his exhaustion, he couldn't quite fall asleep. His brain was still struggling to process everything that had happened. In the end, Yoji wound up staring at the ceiling until the morning light filtered in through the window. Oh yeah, this whole game is just trans-mass body horror. Ooh. Interesting. Metaphorical. Oh, my popcorn kind of tastes like my ice cream. Meanwhile, that night, as the rest of the city was heading to bed, the Okinaga household was settling in for a late dinner. Wow, it's a very normal-looking house.
ご飯まだ
Whoa! Yo, he's starting to look like Date to me. Flip Date around. What is this, like? I was gonna say it was lace, but no, it's like some kind of reptile pattern, I think. Ooh. Is it ready yet? An impatient voice called from the dining room.
ご飯遅いよね
Wow! Yo, he looks like a MILF. I'm just saying. Zenya, this is your best sprite yet. Be careful who you called you in high school. You said you at the start, and now I'm seeing his MILFness. He's sure taking a long time, isn't he, Christy? Who's Christy? Zenya sat alone at the large empty table, pouting and stroking the fat green iguana? Perched on his shoulder? Oh my god, it's Date and his speakers. That's not the iguana. Oh wait, no, that's the guy at the car. Whoa. What does that say? P.O.P.O. Oh, it's a little chick. Wow, this is a really normal looking house. Molly, the translator on this and Slow Damage, was obsessed with Zenya. He was her boy. You know what? There's still time. It's still early in this game. My opinions can change. His milfiness can change me. Please wait a little longer. I gotta give this guy a really deep voice too. The kitchen. Kitani had replied cordially. A frying pan in one hand. He's like, that's right, I'm the housewife. Zenya lived in a plain white 2-story house about 20 minutes from the school by car. It was an unpretentious dwelling, modestly decorated with simple functional furniture. Yeah, I was gonna say, for Yakuza, I expected a more like traditional looking mansion. Zenya looks like he'd be my type. Mints. Are we all aboard the Zenya train all of a sudden? The interior was well maintained, with not a single scratch on the perfectly polished floors. He had Kitani to thank for that. Kitani, the housewife.
お待たせしました。
Sorry for the wait. Oh my god, he's so huge! You look like a divorced widow. Oh wait, I guess you wouldn't be divorced and a widow. You look like a grieving widow who killed her husband. That's a vibe. Moving to the table, Kitani set a plate in front of the younger man. It was piled high with eggplant stir fry, and Zenya raised his hands jubilantly.
待ったよ。お腹すいた。
Finally, I'm starving! Yay!
どうぞ召し上がれ。
Enjoy. Kitani smiled warmly, placing a bowl of miso soup beside the plate. Wow, they're in love. Soon, the table was filled with several different salads, a batch of white rice, and a few other dishes.
いただきます。
Don't mind if I do. Zenya grabbed his chopsticks and started eating. Kitani took off the apron and sat down across from him. No, keep it on. Whoa, wait, hold on. God, you're massive. But he didn't serve himself a plate. Instead, as a household's caretaker, he waited quietly for Zenya to eat his fill. This, he had decided, was where he belonged in life. Ever since Zenya's father, Okinaga Kunihito, had found Kitani on the streets and brought him into the family. Wow, that's also a YAOI plotline. He's like, I'm so grateful to your father. I'm very indebted to him. And I must use my life to protect you, his son, his very precious heir. And he's like, oh my god. You're the best, like, housemaid, whatever, that I would ever need. And he's like, well, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful for your praise. All the time, Kunihito had been the boss of the Okinaga Gumi, a gang associated with a major crime syndicate known as the Seiryukai. Seiryukai. In his prime, the Okinaga Gumi had boasted nearly 100 members, and Kitani had been its top lieutenant, a position he'd earned in the years since his boss had lifted him from poverty. He owed his boss everything, and Kunihito's deteriorating mental health had forced him into retirement. Kitani had elected to stay by his side. Now they lived off Kunihito's remaining assets, plus revenue from the property he'd inherited from his uncle. It was a less exciting life, but Kitani didn't care. He really did marry into this family. He was like, yeah, I don't know where your mother is, so I will be your mother now. The gang meant nothing without Kunihito. Kitani's place was here, serving the Okinaga family. Housework was no trouble. He'd been doing it since he was a kid. He'd even learned to enjoy devising new recipes for dinner. Wow, based, wow. You know what? My future partner, I really hope they can cook. I really hope they can cook very well. Because I like cooking, but I also would like if I'm not the only one cooking, you know?
Kitani, これうまい。
Kitani, wow, this is so good. Oh my yum. Zenya speared a slice of fried eggplant with his chopstick and held it up, his mouth full of food.
容疑が悪いですよ、坊ちゃん。
Bad manners, little boss.
いいんだよ。
Oh, who
別に
cares?
いいの。
I sure don't.
は
Here
ーい
you go,
クリスティ
Christy.
にはし
Have
そ
some
う。
shiso. I want to see the iguana. The iguana was leaning forward off his shoulder, looking very interested in her owner's food. Zenya picked up a shiso leaf out of the salad and held it up to her. Christy opened her mouth wide and snapped the leaf up. Show me the iguana!
おいしいね。
Show me the big fat iguana! Isn't that yummy?
まったく。
Oh, yada dizzy. Good grief. Kitani sighed, smiling in spite of himself. Zenya could be so innocent when he was in a good mood. It warmed his heart to see.
ご飯おかわりはいりますか？
Would you like seconds?
半分だけね。
Maybe just half a bowl? Kitani had taken Zenya's empty bowl and was about to pop open the rice cooker when all of a sudden... Zen! Oh, it's my dad, isn't it? A low, hoarse voice echoed through the dining hall. There's too many men in this game. Zenya instantly Zenya's smile vanished. Kitani should have been used to this by now, but he braced himself anyway. I'm about to go to the bar, have a beer, play the pokey machine. The owner of the voice was standing in the doorway. Is this your dad? Yes. Okinaga Kunihito, Zenya's father, and the man who saved Kitani's life. His large frame and well-lined brow gave off a commanding air. He looked every inch the leader he had been. He looks like... Wait, whoa, his ears are so low. Is it just me, or does his ears look really low? I'm saying this as you see my ears are really up high, but his ears look really down low. Or maybe it's just the angle. That can't be the same jeans. Zenya got all the jeans from his mom. Until you saw his eyes. His eyes were bulging with fear, like a mouse hiding from a cat. This was a marked change from the old Kunihito, whose those who knew him back then would scarcely recognize him now. He's like, I'm retired. Oh! The ears look normal now. That looked like a different man. Did you say your prayers when you got home like you're supposed to? Spoke in a scolding tone. One hand on the wall. Then, just as he was about to step into the dining room... That sprite just makes me think of the one Ava sprite as well. Like, bro was a uke in his... Bro was a uke. That's all I have to say. Just look at his face. Kunihito let out a shriek and shrank down, shielding his head with his arms. Wait, is he the guy that was on this side of the opening credit? Like the opening video? Shielding his head with his arms. The plate Zenya had thrown at the wall fell to the floor in pieces. Oh, Zenya's like, get out of here, Dad! You're such an embarrassment! The younger Okinaga stared at his father for a moment, then stood up from his chair. I'm stuffed. He stretched, patted Christy, and left the table as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Kunihito had curled up into a bowl. He flinched as Zenya passed, but the boy didn't give him a passing glance. Aw man, Kunihito probably has like PTSD or something. Oh, little boss! Kitani called out to him, but he didn't look back. Instead, he stopped in the hallway and stared into space, like a wolf perking up its ears. Oh? I think it moved just now. Without another word, Zenya headed upstairs. Kitani sighed. This is becoming a regular occurrence. He's like, damn, he hates his dad. Zenya despised his father and would lash out at him every time they crossed paths. As someone who cared deeply for both of them, Kitani found the whole situation frustrating. It's like, damn it, why can't my husband and my son get along? Kunihito was still in the fetal position, trembling like an abused child. He flinched as Kitani laid a hand on his shoulder. Can you stand, boss? Oh, no! I'm so scared! Oh, my son, he hates me. Taking his arm, Kitani helped Kunihito to his feet. The older man continued to glance around restlessly, as if searching for an invisible enemy. Where'd he go? Where's Zen?
お部屋へ戻られ
He
ました
went
よ
back to his room.
祈りを
It's
祈
It's
りを
because he
捧げ
doesn't
ない
pray. This is all because he doesn't pray. That sinner. Clinging to Kitani's shoulder, Kunihito shot a desperate glare down the hallway. Kitani gently rubbed his back, hoping to calm him down. There, yoshi yoshi.
後で伝えておきます
I'll talk to him later.
Oh,
For
yeah,
now,
what
why
did you
don't
do?
we get you back to your
薬も
room?
飲まなければ
You need to take your medicine.
Mizu
I'll
mo
bring you a
ikimasu ka?
glass of water. Yeah, let's get you back to your room, old man.
祈りをさもなくば怒りが
We must pray, or else their fury! Evidently, this lucid interval was over. Kitani guided his master down the hall, stroking his back all the
ど
while.
うか怒りをお鎮めください怒りを
Forgive us, please, I beg you! Led by his right-hand man, the once feared gangster devolved into incoherent babbling. He looks different in every sprite. You know what? Very true. I'm like, who is this guy again? Thank God they give him like one tattoo so I know what he is. His screams echoed impotently. Impotently? I did not realize you could use impotent in this context. In this sentence. Off the white walls. Anyway, back to normal life. The next day, Yoji headed to school, his mind still fuzzy from lack of sleep. He hadn't gotten much rest the night before. Every time he'd close his eyes, he thought about that blood-red bathwater, the creepy sounds he'd heard on the way home. By the time he finally fallen asleep, it was light out. Unsurprisingly, when the alarm had woken him up a few hours later, he felt like garbage. Thankfully, he managed to survive his morning classes and get through lunch. Now he had just had to make it through the afternoon.
さあ、授業を始めるぞ。
Alright everyone, let's start today's lesson. The religious studies teacher walked in right as the bell rang, signaling the start of 5th period. During class, each student took turns reading from the Bible. I've never read the Bible. As they were called on, but Yoji was having trouble following along. He tried to focus, but the words wouldn't stick in his brain. It didn't help that he was already behind in class, but no matter how hard he tried to concentrate, he kept zoning out.
つまり、キリスト教には三大宗派と呼
In
ばれる
summary,
教派
there
があ
are
る。
three main denominations
他に
of
も様
Christian
々な
faith,
教派があって、
as well as
これ
numerous
らは異
smaller
端と呼ば
sects,
れることもあ
sometimes
るが、
referred to as
聖
unorthodox.
書の解釈
And
が
each
少
of
しず
these
つ異なることで
denominations is
分
based
派してい
around
っ
a
たというわけ
slightly
だ
different
な。
interpretation of the scripture. The teacher set down his chalk, dusted his hands off, and moved in front of the lectern. I wonder if is Christianity a big religion in Japan?
明治期以降、この
In
辺りに
fact,
も異
they
端
say
と呼ばれ
one
る大
large
きな教派が生ま
unorthodox
れたそう
sect
だ。
operated in these parts
これは
during the
カルト
Meiji
的なも
period.
ので、
However, records
後に
show
糾
that
弾
it
され
was
て
later
事実上
disbanded.
まあ、日本人
But
は
hey,
宗
we
教的
Japanese
観念
folk
が
aren't
薄い
that
民族だ
religious,
と言われてい
or
る
so
が、
they say. What
みん
about
な
like
はどう
last
だ？
year? Any
神を
believers?
信じるか？
This question was met with hesitation and hushed giggles. A perfectly normal reaction. The students simply weren't that pious.
これは先生の個人的な意見だが、
If you ask me, I
信
think it's
仰を強
pointless
要
to
す
try
る
and
ことは
force
全
religion
くの
on
無意味
someone.
だと思ってる。
Somewhat big, mostly Shinto or Buddhist. I see. Whoops. It's pointless to try and force religion on
信
someone.
じる人間もいれ
People
ば、
are
信
gonna
じ
believe
な
what
い
they want to
人
believe.
間もいる。
Everyone's different, you know? It's
人の
just
数
not
だけ
possible
心
to
がある
convert
から
every
な。
person on the planet.
10人一人一人が自然
The
と
way
神
I
を
see
信じるよう
it,
に
you
な
have
っ
to
た
find
時、
God on your own
その
terms.
時こそ
That's the path to
信
true
仰の
faith.
始まりだと思ってる。
The Lord
神は
watches
信じる者
over
も
all
信
of
じ
us,
ない者も
believers and
皆
non-believers
平等に
alike.
見ていてくだ
He's
さる。
always in our hearts, even if some of
意
us
識し
have
なく
yet
ても
to notice.
みんなの心の中にいるんだ。
The students looked on dubiously as the teacher finished his sermon. Meanwhile, Yoji's mind began to wander. He asked himself, does God truly exist? Maybe. He couldn't say one way or another. Either way, it didn't really matter to him. If believing in God helped other people feel better, he wouldn't try to stop them. Perhaps the question of whether God was real wasn't all that important to begin with. Did thinking like this make him a non-believer? This was all way over his head. Anyway, he had a feeling his outlook was fairly common. At least, he was pretty sure most of the class would agree with him. His gaze wandered around the room and landed on Tetsuo. What about him? How would he answer if he asked about God? Wait, why was he speculating about Tetsuo of all people? He needed to concentrate on the lesson. He's like, is he a believer? Never mind, I do not care. Returning his gaze to the Bible, he spent the rest of the 5th period pretending to read along. Try as he might, Yoji was unable to focus on any of his classes that day. As soon as the bell rang, he made his way through the milling students to the garbage bins at the front of the room. He just wanted to get trash duty over with so he could go home and sleep. As he began to sift through the burnables, he heard the rattle of a wallet chain and sensed someone standing right next to him. It was Tetsuo. What a poignant thing to say in a toxic YAOI game. So true. So true, Giraffe. A spark of anxiety shot through him, but he forced himself to stay calm as he continued his work. He heard Tetsuo rustle around the non-burnable garbage for a while. Then, suddenly, the sound stopped. Hey. Tetsuo was talking to him. Suppressing the urge to panic, Yoji looked over to find him holding a plastic bag from the convenience store. He could make out the leftovers of a to-go meal inside. No, leftovers wasn't the right word. It was practically unopened. Once again, the culprit was Yoji himself. He received another free-to-go meal from work, but he had felt too sick to eat it. Loath as he was to waste food, he had no choice but to toss it. Wasn't this your lunch? Dunno. Racked with guilt, Yoji mumbled a vague reply. Tetsuo narrowed his eyes. Oh, really? Oh, wow, look at this. Look at this sprite. He couldn't bring himself to meet Tetsuo's piercing gaze. Turning back to the garbage can, Yoji sped through the rest of his work. He had to avoid eye contact at all costs. Something told him that one look was all Tetsuo would need to see into his soul. Discomfort slowly built in his chest. By the time he had finished checking the trash, he could hardly breathe. Unable to bear it a second longer, he pulled the bag out of the bin, tied it up, and hurried out of the classroom. He's like, I don't want to be with Tetsuo anymore. As he left the main building, Yoji heaved a sigh of relief. All at once, the tension drained from his body. He just couldn't handle being around Tetsuo. The man was so intimidating. Even now, all the way out behind the school, he could still feel Tetsuo's eyes on him somehow. That piercing gaze boring into the back of his head. All of a sudden, he recalled Tetsuo's touch on his neck. Unconsciously, he traced the spot with his fingers. This evoked another memory. Ooh. Hello. I'm staring. I'm looking. I don't think you can see a penis. But I think you might be able to see some pubes. Let's cover that back up. This evoked another memory, that of the crimson bathwater and of my scar. He had saved blood on his fingers last night in the bath, sorry. Had he hallucinated that part too? Why had Tetsuo touched him yesterday? He must have been... had he just been messing around? Or had he seen something that sparked his curiosity? After riding this train of thought in circles for a while, Yoji gave up. No amount of speculation was going to give him the answer. The fastest way he would be to ask Tetsuo directly, of course, but he had no idea how to do that. It wasn't the kind of topic one broached casually. But as he contemplated this, the twin dumpsters came into view. After stuffing the bag of burnables into its proper container, Yoji turned and walked away. On his way back to the front entrance, he spotted Tetsuo up ahead, walking toward him with his garbage bag in hand. Yoji lowered his gaze, determined to avoid eye contact. As they crossed paths, he detected a whiff of that pleasant scent again, but he was far too tense to wonder what it was. As he passed the shoe lockers and headed towards his classroom, it was all Yoji could do not to collapse on the spot. The only thing keeping him from going was his desperate desire to go home and rest. He's like, get me out of here now! The next day, Yoji still felt miserable. It seemed he had yet to overcome his exhaustion. From the moment he woke up, he felt feverish. Even his heartbeat felt irregular. It was a struggle to just get to school. He had occasion to curse his pathetic constitution many times over the course of his life, and today was proving to be yet another. He's like, damn it, I was born so weak and sick. Nevertheless, he managed to get through his classes, though it took every ounce of strength he had. I really like the lighting right now. It's so moody. It reminds me when I was in high school and I did tutoring after school, and like it was like math tutoring, and I would just sit in the building, and I would like even though it was so sunny and warm outside, I was just like, I'm falling asleep. I feel like I'm so tired. Though it took every ounce of strength he had. Once afternoon assembly had ended, Yoji headed straight to the garbage cans and started sorting the burnable trash. His condition hadn't improved at all over the course of the day. On the contrary, it felt like it was getting worse. He just wanted to go home. He sensed Tetsuo's presence, but ignored him. As soon as he was done, he tied up his trash bag and walked out of the classroom. He's like, I'm getting out of here. I don't even want to start a conversation. Arriving at the dumpsters, Yoji tossed his bag inside and headed back the way he came. On the way back, Tetsuo was nowhere to be seen. He must have taken a different route. Relieved, he started packing up to go home, but just then, Makoto walked into the classroom. The moment he spotted Yoji, he broke into a cheerful grin. Oh hey! Finished your cleaning?
Oh.
Yeah.
Kairi,
Kinda wanna go somewhere today. How about it? Sorry, not today. What's up? You're not looking too hot. You okay? Makoto leaned in curiously, but Yoji pulled away. He's like, no. He didn't feel comfortable having someone stare at him up close. Granted, he could tolerate it most days, but today he wasn't in the mood. Gotcha. Still recovering and all that. I understand. I don't want to drag you around. Thankfully, Makoto could take a hint. He smiled apologetically. Feel better soon, alright? See ya.
Oh.
Later. Makoto waved and headed back to his seat. Feeling a little guilty, Yoji grabbed his book bag and quickly left the room. But just as he stared down the hall to the shoe lockers, the doors to the neighboring staff room slid open.
Oh, Sakiyama, chotto.
Oh, Sakiyama, hold on for a sec. Wow, this guy looks evil. Who the heck are you? Out popped Yoji's homeroom teacher, Kamiya, holding a large beaker with a syringe and a pair of tweezers sticking out of it. Oh my god, look at the chin on this guy. Look at the jawline. My goodness. You look so friendly. Kamiya. He's holding a syringe in his hand right now. Damn. Everyone in this game is so yaoi. So yaoi. If he has like a yaoi scene with me, he's gonna be like, oh, let me experiment on you. His actual personality aside, Kami's general appearance gave him a certain air of slobbiness. Really? Tall and bow-legged with a bit of a stoop, he wore thick spectacles and a dirty lab coat. His age was a mystery. He looked to be in his early 30s, but sometimes he could pass for a decade younger.
Hi.
Yes, sir.
帰るとこ悪いな。これから職員会議なんだが、こいつを科学室に置いてきてくれないか。
Bro, why me? Sorry to stop you on your way out, but we're about to have a staff meeting. Any chance you could run this back to the chemistry lab for me? You know what? All of these characters are men, and I'm gonna be like, frick, man, everyone's gonna start sounding the same. He held out the beaker. Yoji wasn't happy about this, but rather than waste time trying to get out of it, he felt it would be easier to just get it over with. Sure.
わかりました。
He nodded. Kamiya handed him the beaker, followed by a key.
科学室の鍵だ。
This will
戸
get
締
you
まりし
in.
て
Just
職
be
員室
sure
に
to
戻
lock
しとい
up
てく
and
れ。
bring the key back when
Marina.
you're done. Thanks a million. Kamiya always kept the chemistry lab locked when not in use. Yoshi wondered if that was school policy.
それじゃ頼む。
I owe you one. Alright, Yugamu vibe. everyone is Yugamu to me. With a grin, Kamiya walked off down the hall. Yoshi looked down at the beaker inside. The chemistry lab was on the basement floor of the old school building. He headed for the stairs, eager to finish this errand as quickly as possible. Let me take the beaker to the classroom. The two buildings of the academy were connected via a basement-level hallway. That said, the hallway was only half underground, with windows that let in a decent amount of light. You know what? This is actually huge for only a couple hundred, or like 100-something students per grade. This is a huge-ass school. That said, the hallway was only half underground, with the windows that let in a decent amount of light. This sort of architecture was uncommon. The old school building had allegedly served other purposes in the past, and the basement floor was a relic from that time. Yoji walked down the stairs and along the dimly lit hallway. With no ventilation to clear out the humidity, the air was uncomfortably damp. The place was deserted. His footsteps were the only sound. Arriving at the room marked chemistry lab, he unlocked the door and stepped inside. Instantly, the smell of dust and mold stung his nose. The lights were off, and the room was dimly lit. Rays of light peeked through the gaps in the closed curtains, dividing the neatly ordered desks and bookcases. Yoji always felt a little uncomfortable in this room. Everything felt so cold and sterile. It was suffocating. And yet, weirdly enough, today it felt reassuring to be there, like being tucked away in a cozy little nook. It is pretty dark in here, huh? Setting the beaker on Kamiya's desk, Yoji turned back towards the door. Whoops. But something stopped him in his tracks. Somehow he felt reluctant to leave. So instead he turned and pressed his forehead against the wall. It was cool and refreshing against his skin, easing his misery. He let out a long breath. Enjoying the tranquility of the moment, he closed his eyes. A wave of intense nausea assaulted him. It was painful, like something was crushing his stomach. Fighting the urge to vomit, Yoji clapped a hand over his mouth and fell to his knees. Uh-oh. All at once, he was overcome by dizziness and chills. Not unlike the symptoms that presaged a fever, he collapsed against the legs of the desk. Had he let his exhaustion catch up with him? No, that wasn't it. This was something else. Slowly, the discomfort in his gut began to change. His labored breathing went up an octave, and his heart began to race. He opened his eyes, and the vague outlines of the dim classroom came into view. Everything was blurry. His hand slipped from his mouth to his throat, as if pulled by an invisible magnet. Whatever this was, it wasn't pain. He was getting an Hello? He was getting an erection right there on the cold linoleum floor. Linoleum floor. Hello. His penis is like, well, I didn't show up in that box scene, but I'm gonna show up today. You know, James, linoleum or linoleum. Both could be interpreted from that. Linoleum? What? Confused groan left his lips. He didn't know what his body was after, but one thing was certain, it was out of control. As his brain struggled to process what was happening, one hand slowly pulled up his sweater vest. Then, his shirt before moving to his belt. Oh, he's stripping? Sorry, guys. Let me just get this out. Let me just whip it out right now. The metallic clatter of the buckle sounds strange to his ears. Then his fingers brush the bulge in his underwear. Hello? Lin as in lint. I see. Oh. He's blushing now. What if Fujo is so obsessed with unbuckling belts? It's... James is like, I don't understand. I take off my pants all the time. I take off my pants every day. He snapped back to reality and shame set in. He's like, damn it. Why am I jorking it? And by it, my penis. Here, of all places, what was he thinking? What if someone walked in? But once lit, the fire refused to die. Leaning his head back against the desk, he closed his eyes. Do you want to lock the door, maybe? Somebody is definitely walking in and finding him. Reason urged him to stop, but instinct spurred him on. And when forced to choose between them, Reason didn't stand a chance. This wasn't pain. It was lust. It was pleasure. Carnal desire oozing from his pores. In stark contrast to the chill of the classroom, a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Oh, never mind. We're in the clear. You can't have YAOI if you lock the door, so true. After a moment to work up his courage, he slipped his hand under the waistband of his briefs. His fingers were much colder than he expected. Meanwhile, he kept his eyes squeezed shut, unwilling to witness what he was doing. It was his only hope of maintaining some dignity. Wow. Haha, what a good dog. What a good dog you are, Ren. Wee. Now, if you start moving, I will. I saw that little peek you did. His peanuts. Oh my god! Wait, that reminds me. That reminds me of a photo I took this morning. Hold on. I have to save it. I have to save the picture. Let me save this image. I can put it on screen. Image. Look at this poster I saw this morning. For the love of peanuts. maybe that could be the you know what, you want to eat some peanuts? There we go. He's petting the dog. Spreading his legs wide, he gently wrapped his palm around himself. Wow. Then slowly he began to work his hand up and down. Wow. It's gotta be red. Alright, get the peanuts out of here. As waves of pleasure assaulted his mind, the voice telling him to stop fell silent. The motion of his hand, while awkward at first, grew steadily more fluid as distractions fell away. You know what? If I remove Ren, it's not even like that visible because of the the text box. I feel like it's very barely visible without the with the text box in the way. He never felt anything like this before. The pleasure was irresistible. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't stifle his moans. He squeezed his lips tight, redoubling his efforts. Translucent fluid leaked from the tip of his manhood, wetting his palm and adding a wet sound to his motions. Struggling to be as quiet as possible, he continued to rub his swelling shaft, working his thumb right at the base of the head where it was narrowest. Wow. Roughly stroking the underside of the shaft produced an intense burst of pleasure. Wow. But just as he arched his back in ecstasy, someone's gonna walk in. There was a noise. Yoji froze and opened his eyes slightly. For a moment, he held his breath and waited, but the room was still and silent. This came as a relief, but at the same time it reminded him just how reckless he was being. He never felt this aroused in his life! Normally, he should have been able to stop himself, but today was a different story. His body seemed to have a mind of its own. Oh! Didn't realize that the picture could zoom out even more. There we go. The slightest movement of his hand brought the pleasure roaring back. Despite his misgivings, Yoji began to stroke himself again. He just couldn't stop! His palm was covered in fluids now, spurred on by the added pleasure lubrication offered. But just as his mind started to go blank, he felt a strange sensation in his rear orifice. Hello? It was intensely uncomfortable, like a red-hot ball of steel wriggling around in his lower intestines. With his free hand, he reached down between his legs, his breathing shallow and rapid. Sweet pull! He moved his fingers towards a small opening and found the area to be wet. Oh no! Oh! Puzzled, he slid his fingers further. Okay. He's like, what the hell? Why is my bottle so slippery? Something was there? Some kind of lump? That Omega Burger doing wonders. He didn't even eat it! Just in the presence of the Omega Burger. It was soft, slimy, and no bigger than the tip of his pinky. It wasn't excrement, okay? But if not that, then what? A chill shot down his spine. Yoji pulled his hand away and looked down at the floor. In the dimly lit room, you could see something spreading over the linoleum. Some kind of dark liquid. No, wait. There were small lumps of something interspersed throughout. My eggs? His breath caught in his throat. He stood up, pulling his clothes back on. The heat in his body had all but vanished. Recalling the liquid, he quickly looked at his feet, but nothing was there. It was nothing. The floor was perfectly dry. Had he mistaken a shadow for something else? As he searched his memory, he looked down toward the floor. It was open and... Oh, sorry. He looked at the doors. Not the floor. He looked toward the door. It was open and someone was standing just outside, silhouetted by the light streaming in through the windows. Uh-oh, who's it gonna be? The shadowy figure stepped into the classroom. It took one step, and then another. As it approached, its features came into view. I'm gonna guess it's Tetsuo. No! Yoji desperately wanted to be wrong. Terror rooted him to the spot. The silhouetted figure lazily tossed a stack of papers onto the teacher's desk. No, wait, is it the teacher? No, it's Tetsuo! Oh, hello! What are you doing in here? He's like... What the hell? Was someone in here? It was Tetsuo. Yoji's mind went blank. The room started spinning. With nowhere to run, he stood there, frozen in place. Then finally, a question popped into his head. Had he seen? Had Tetsuo been watching? Why are you...
どうして
His mouth was dry, his voice trembling as he trailed off.
明日の資料神谷に頼まれたから
Dropping off tomorrow's worksheets. Kamiya asked me to. Tetsuo answered matter-of-factly, glancing at the stack of papers atop the desk. Silence. As always, Tetsuo was impossible to read. Yoji was starting to panic. He contemplated leaving, but quickly tossed that option out. He needed to know whether Tetsuo had seen him. Before long, the silence grew unbearable. Anger, anxiety, and desperation swelled inside him. Fighting the impulse to scream, he instead fixed his gaze on the man in front of him. How long?
何が
How long what? How long were you
いつから
standing there?
言ったさっきそいつ持ってきたと
I only just got here. I only came to drop those off. Tetsuo indicated the worksheets with a jerk of his head. In that case, maybe he hadn't seen anything! Just as a hint of relief began to spread through Yoji's chest.
溜まってんの
Damn it. A little pent up. The blood drained from Yoji's face. He's like, fuck! Meanwhile, Tetsuo stared at him silently. Not a muscle of his face moved. Yoji could see no disgust or ridicule in his expression. But that only made him all the more terrifying. Surely Tetsuo must have some opinion about what he just witnessed. But with such a total lack of response, it felt almost like a robot was watching him. Even mockery would have been preferable to silence. At least then he'd know Tetsuo, what Tetsuo was thinking. Without that knowledge, how was Yoji supposed to know how to act? He may as well have been talking to a mannequin. You know what? Am I supposed to turn the voices a little lower again? Wow, look at this menu. Without that knowledge, how was Yoji supposed to know how to act? He may as well have been talking to a mannequin. Suddenly, Tetsuo turned back towards the door.
待てよ
Wait! Before he could stop himself, Yoji called out to him. Tetsuo glanced back over his shoulder, but Yoji hadn't thought of what to say next. He could only stare at the floor in silence. I won't tell anyone. You gross-ass degenerate. Yoji looked up at him sharply. Did Tetsuo think he was worried about him spreading rumors? Somehow this made Yoji feel lower than dirt. He hung his head once more. After a moment, he heard slow, steady footsteps and felt Tetsuo disappear from the room. He's like, whatever, I'm not that interested. You're just weird. Then he heard the door slide shut, and finally looked up to find himself alone. He would make out the faint sound of footsteps receding down the hallway. But Yoji remained rooted to the spot until long after the sound had faded. His brain simply didn't know how to process what had just happened. However, one strong impression lingered in his mind. Tetsuo was every bit as cold as the chemistry lab, and every bit as suffocating. Tetsuo was just like, bro, I just came here to do, like, this drop-off, and now you, like, think I'm the crazy pervert and disgusting one for witnessing you. He's like, I was just here, bro. Not my fault. I didn't ask you to do that. Gradually, Yoji regained his composure, and with it came a storm of self-loathing and shame. He snatched his book bag up off the floor and fled the chemistry lab, locking the door behind him. Then hurried down the hall and up the stairs, pausing briefly to drop off the key in the staff room before heading for the shoe lockers. All the while, his gaze was fixed to the ground. He couldn't bear to look anyone in the eye. He felt so miserable, he started to question whether he even belonged in the school. Couldn't shake the memory. Hello, my PowerPoint slides. He couldn't shake the memory of what he had done, or the memory of Tetsuo's face. Each time it flashed through his mind, his heart leapt and the image crumbled away. Oh, hello. As the shoe lockers came into view, he noticed a man in the fleshy garb headed his way from the opposite end of the hall. It was Zenya. He's got like some kind of animal skin bag as well. He was humming cheerfully to himself. But Yoshi was in no mood to get dragged into another encounter with him. He felt like garbage, both physically and mentally. Hoping to avoid Zenya altogether, Yoshi kept his gaze firmly averted as he headed to his locker. As Zenya passed by, Yoshi heard that strange clacking sound again. But he didn't have the energy to think about it now. Instead, he quickly changed into his outdoor shoes and left the building, all the while praying he didn't catch Zenya's eye. Zenya's one eye. When he reached the main gate, Yoshi glanced over his shoulder. Zenya was nowhere to be seen. Relief flooded him. Feeling safe at last, he shifted his gaze to the sunset and shuddered. Red, the one color he couldn't bear to see. Lowering his gaze, Yoshi passed through the gate. He's like, I need to go home now. Is Zenya like the second protagonist? Because we shift to his story, his POV. Meanwhile, Zenya strolled down the hallway, laughing to himself as he hummed. He just passed Sakiyama Yoji, a former classmate who had been held back a year due to excessive absences. Zenya typically wasn't one for remembering names or faces, but Yoji was special. Zenya recognized him by his scent. Soft and sweet, yet sharp at the same time. What is he, a cheese? Truly, it was a challenge to describe. He noticed it for the first time at the beginning of first semester, the day Yoji had collapsed. Zenya, having shown up on time for once, had passed Yoji by the lockers. At the time, the smell had been so faint, he thought he might have imagined it. But today, he'd been close enough to confirm it. Sure enough, Yoji had a scent. One that only Zenya could detect. Well, golly. Is it time? Spinning deftly on his heel like a practiced dancer, Zenya turned and leaned back against the wall. Another giggle escaped his lips. The other students nearby gave him a wide breath as they hurried past. Then suddenly Zenya stopped laughing. He pulled the brim of his cap down low and tilted his chin down with it. It's finally starting. the Omega heat wave. His voice was nearly inaudible as a grin crept over his face. What is your deal, bro? He's like, the fruit is ripe. It's time for the picking. Another sleepless night. Rolling over for the umpteenth. I get it, but I'm just like umpteenth time. Yoji stared up at the ceiling, faintly illuminated by his bedside lamp. The bed strings creaked beneath him. For some reason, the familiar hum of the aquarium felt louder than normal tonight. Right now, he didn't want to do or think of anything. After school let out, he called in sick to work. Then, once he got home, he immediately crawled into bed. Unfortunately, he was finding it surprisingly difficult to just lie there and turn his brain off. His thoughts kept dancing in an anxious spiral. Something was distinctly off about his condition today. It wasn't just poor health. There had to be something else. He never encountered symptoms like that before. Not to mention all those hallucinations. Maybe he had contracted some new illness? He'd been in and out of the hospital ever since childhood, but it wasn't something he could ever get used to. Every time he went in for a checkup, the doctor's expression would darken, and he'd wonder what fresh misery awaited him next. He didn't understand what was happening inside his own body, and that terrified him. He knew that he should see a doctor straight away. It was always better to address health issues promptly rather than allow them to fester. And yet, he couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger. He was just scared. Scared to learn exactly what was taking place inside him. That said, if his condition continued to worsen, he knew that he would end up burdening his sister. He couldn't let that happen. This wasn't getting him anywhere. He rolled over again, feeling pathetic. Speaking of mystery symptoms, that bizarre sensation he felt in the chemistry lab, what was that? He didn't enjoy thinking about it, but he couldn't get it out of his head. He remembered feeling something come out of him. Then his fingers just brushed something slimy and soft. But before he could find out what it was, Tetsuo had appeared. Tetsuo had seen it all. There was nothing Yoji could do about it. That knowledge made his chest burn with shame. Yoji exhaled deeply, hoping to expel his misery. Looking up, he could see the faint glow of morning through his curtains. Ah, he didn't sleep. Evidently, he'd agonized the whole night away. No. Wait, did he wash his hands after that? I don't think he did. I don't think he did. I'm sure he did after, but we didn't get to see it. Hours later, and his insomnia still showed no signs of letting up. Gingerly, Yoji sat up and got out of bed. Sleep deprivation had taken its toll. His body felt like lead, his thoughts like molasses. Feeling slightly dizzy, he staggered to the dining room for a glass of water. As he opened the door, an old memory suddenly flickered before his eyes. A memory of Erika standing in the kitchen early in the morning, making their lunches for the day. Ooh, can I see her design? What she looks like? Yoji had a habit of going for a drink of water first thing after waking up. His sister knew this and would always have a full glass waiting for him on the table. Never mind, maybe not. Every morning when he walked into the room, she'd greet him with a bright smile. And now she was... Yoji closed his eyes and shook his head. There was no point getting all nostalgic now. Those times were long gone. Erika was following her own path now, and he needed to do the same. The empty kitchen seemed to affirm his resolve. I'm never gonna see what she looked like. That day, Yoji didn't manage to drag his sluggish body to school until 4th period. Why bother? After everything that had happened with Tetsuo, he didn't want to go to school at all, but he didn't have a choice. 4th period was chemistry. With no lab exercise planned for the day, the lesson was held in the classroom. Yoji slid the door open. All at once, the entire room turned to look. He knew he deserved it for coming in late, but regardless, he hated the feeling like everyone was judging him. Their eyes followed him all the way to his desk. As he took his seat, Kamiya called out to him from behind the lectern. Sakiyama, don't push yourself now. Yes, sir. Damn it, sir! Look what you made me do! Well, look what you made happen! Why did you give Tetsuo the pieces of paper? You could have given it to me. I could have just done it all by myself. But no, you had to give it to 2 people. Yes, sir. Yoji sighed internally. His poor health was no secret, and he appreciated Kamiya's concern. But this kind of special treatment was just going to widen the gulf between him and the rest of the class. Nobody wanted to talk to the sickly guy who got held back. Meanwhile, Kamiya continued his lesson. Try as he might not to think about it, Yoji couldn't help but glance towards the windows out of the corner of his eye. For the briefest moments before he looked away, he caught a glimpse of Tetsuo. His pulse quickened. Resolving not to look at him again, Yoji focused his attention on the lecture. Oh dear. That's so awkward. How many periods are there in a school day? Is it 8? I think for me it was 8. Plus, like, homeroom, I guess. The bell rang, signaling the end of class and the start of lunch period. As Yoji leaned back in his chair, Makoto walked over with a concerned expression. Morning.
おはよ
Morning.
う。ヨジ、体
You
大丈夫
feeling
か
okay?
あ
Yeah. He nodded and Makoto raised a stern
あ、
eyebrow.
嘘つけ。
Liar.
顔色悪い。
You look hella
まあ、
sick
そうだ。
still. You're as white as a sheet.
ちょっと
I just
寝つきが
didn't
悪く
get
て
much sleep last night.
おお、寝不
Oh,
足
sleep
か。
troubles, huh?
俺
I
も昨
feel
日
ya.
ゲーム
Last
や
night
っ
I
て
was
た
up
らうっ
playing
かり
games
時間
until
が過ぎ
way
てて
late,
ちょっと
so
眠いんだ
yeah.
よな。
I'm pretty sleepy myself,
ま
but
あ、そんな
I
のと
guess
一緒にするなっ
that
て
isn't
話
really
だ
the
け
same
ど
thing. He stifled a yawn as he spoke.
でも、
But
辛い時
still,
は無理し
on
ない
bad
で
days,
休ん
it's
だ
better
方
to
が。
just rest up instead of...
崎山ちょっといいか
Sakiyama, can I borrow you for a bit? Suddenly, Kamiya appeared behind Makoto. He's like, I know what you did in my lab.
お、神よ。
Whoa! Hey there, Kamiya.
神谷とはな
I
んだ
beg
神
your
谷とは
pardon. That's
Kamiya
Mr.
先生だ。
Kamiya to you.
えいえい。
Yeah, yeah,
Kamiya
whatever you say,
先生。
Mr. Kamiya.
担任を呼び捨てと
Oh,
は
yes.
さすがだな
That's
ミ
the
ー
Mita we all know and love. As he spoke, he lightly smacked Makoto over the head with the attendance list.
見て。なんだよ先生。
Ow!
授業
Come
終わっ
on,
ただろ
Teach! Class is over! Hmm.
崎山に用があるんだ
Yeah,
よ
well, I need to talk to
ちょっ
Sakiyama
と
here.
怒られるか
Can I steal you for a sec?
はい
Okay. Yoji got to his feet, and Kamiya jerked his head in the direction of the door before promptly walking off.
神谷、あんま幼児いじめんなよ。
Don't bully him too much now, Kamiya!
先生つけろ
Mr. Kamiya! Kamiya shouted back a retort, then turned to Yoji and shrugged his shoulders.
さあ行こうか
Let's get
科学
going
室だ
to the chemistry lab. The chemistry lab. Yoji for Stop! So scary. Yoji froze. It hadn't even been 24 hours since the incident. That was the last place he wanted to go.
どうした
What's the matter? You jerk off in there 24 hours before? Kamiya turned to him with a puzzled expression. Oh, sorry. It's nothing. What happened? Happened. It's in the past. There's nothing to be afraid of down there. Gathering his courage, Yoji followed Kamiya down to the basement corridor. As soon as they arrived at the chemistry lab, Kamiya produced the key from his coat and unlocked the door.
どうぞ入って
There you go. As the door opened, the chilly air brushed his cheek. It had felt soothing yesterday, but today was different. His feet were rooted to the floor, as if his body itself were rejecting the room. He didn't want to go in, but he knew he had to, lest he make Kamiya suspicious. Fighting up intense discomfort, Yoji took one step into the chemistry lab.
ほら入った入った
In we go now. Come on. As Yoji was strolling near the door, Kamiya pushed him forward with one hand and hit the light switch with the other. All at once, the fluorescent lights flickered to life above them, making Yoji squint.
さてと突然呼び出
My
して悪い
god. I'm just like, their proportions are so wide. It's so big. I feel like... Hold on. Can I like make myself wider? Should I give myself wider shoulders? I fit right in. That was awesome. I should just continue the game like this. Sup, guys? Alright, I need to like line up. I need to line up. Finally ready for the game. Yeah, 3 hours in. 3 hours in and I finally figured out my true form. Wait, I need to like move myself down. There we go. Sorry, I don't mean to block any text. Anyway, sorry for straining this up on you.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's fine.
崎山はまだ復帰してから間も
Seeing
ない
as
だ
you
ろう。
only just got back from the
一
hospital,
度
I
じ
thought
っく
we
りと
should
話を
have
してみ
a
たいと
little
思った
chat.
んだ。
As he spoke, Kamiya perched on the edge of the nearest lab table.
今日も顔色があまり良くないが。
You were looking a little pale today. How are you feeling?
はい。
I'm alright.
昨日は
I just
少し
didn't
寝
get
つ
much
きが
sleep
悪
last
くて
night, that's all.
それで
Sorry, I keep looking at myself with my giant shoulders. Kamiya quirked a brow questioningly. But Yoji didn't feel like going into more detail. Or rather, he wasn't sure he could explain it in the first place.
そうか。それなら
See.
何
Well,
か不安に
is
思っ
there
てるこ
anything
と
on
と
your
か。
mind?
不安
What do you mean?
そう。
I
つま
mean,
り
is there something
寝
else
つきが
keeping
悪
you
く
up
な
at
る原
night?
因が何
He wanted to say no, but instead fell silent. There was something. In fact, something that occurred in this very room. When he looked up, he saw Kamiya smirking. Evidently, his teacher intuited something from his
何
expression.
かあったとしてもだ。今
Okay,
こ
maybe
こ
there
でそれを
is.
話せって言
Maybe
ってる
there
んじゃない
isn't.
よ。
You don't have to talk about it,
But-
alright?
できる
All
だけ
I'm
体を
saying
休め
is,
た方
I
がい
think
い
you。should give your body a break.
悩んでる時
Don't
は
worry, I was
そ
trying
れ
to
はなか
relieve
な
it
か難しいん
just
だ
the
け
other
どね。
day.
疲れて
I
る
know
時
it's
にあ
hard
れ
to
これ
rest
考
when
えても
something's on your
いい
mind,
結果なん
but
か出ないか
remember,
ら。
you can't think straight when you're tired. Yoji definitely agreed with that. Whenever he was feeling down, his thoughts always gravitated towards the negative. Sometimes his brain would convince him that he was stuck, that there was no other option but the worst. Still, he knew it wasn't healthy to obsess over things.
疲れた。今日は天気いいんだよな。
Oh, man, I'm tired. Weather's nice today, huh? Kamiya stretched widely, still
こ
smiling.
んな日はさ、
Perfect day for
サ
playing
ボっちゃい
hooky,
た
am
く
I
なるよ
right?
な。崎山、
Say Sakiyama. Why don't you skip
たまに
classes
は
every now
サ
and
ボっ
then?
ちゃえば。
What? Yoshi couldn't believe his ears. Did his own teacher really just say that? Kamiya grinned mischievously.
勉強勉
Oh,
強っ
work
て
no play
それじゃ
makes
息が
Joel
詰まっちゃうからね。
makes Joel
こういう
makes
日は
Jack a dull
公園を
boy.
散歩するのも悪く
Days
ない。
like this call for a walk in the park.
ああ、
Man,
俺も公園に
doesn't
行
that
きたい
sound
な。
great? Wish I could go too. Oh my god, my semi full shoulders. Do you like them? Do you like them, Saku? I was like, I'm feeling a little left out when I saw this picture. He lay back on the lab table. Yoji suppressed a smile. Obviously, Kamiya didn't care about keeping up appearances in front of his students. How about you?
どうする？
If you feel like taking
も
a
し
break,
崎
it
山
could
がそう
be
いう
our
気
little
分なら、
secrets.
先生
Honestly,
は
I
内
can't
緒にしておい
understate
て
how
あげる
important it
よ。
is to listen to your body.
自然の流れに身を任せるということはとても大切だ。無理にねじ曲げちゃいけない。
I know he's saying this as like a really, as like, oh, he means it well. He means it in a good way. But like, I'm so scared he's like easily gonna twist that into a bad way. He sat up once again, adjusting his glasses as he regarded Yoji with a serious expression. It was a bizarre advice for a teacher to give, but he didn't seem to be joking. Regardless, Yoji shook his
い
head.
え大丈夫です
Fine, really.
本当に？
Are you sure?
はい
Yeah.
そうか。
Let's see. Kamiya frowned for a moment, then adjusted his glasses and nodded.
わかった。
Alright,
それじゃあ
well, if you ever
何
need
かあ
to
ったらい
talk,
つでも相談して
you
くれ。
know where to find me.
はい
Okay,
引き止めて悪かったな。
sorry for holding you up. He hopped off the lab table and headed to the door. Yoji followed him out of the classroom.
俺は鍵閉めてから戻る
I'll
か
lock
ら
up, so you're free to
先行っていい
go.
よ
Oh, and seeing as I made you
貴
waste
重な
your
昼
lunch
休
break,
みを潰し
come
ちゃったか
find
ら
me
ね
after fifth period.
もしなんだっ
I'll
たら
sneak you
語
something
源
to
日が終わ
munch
ったら
on if you
俺の
want.
ところにおいでこっそり何か食わせてやるよ
Kamiya smiled amiably as he flicked the lights off.
失礼します
Thank you, sir.
ん
No problem. Yoji bowed to his teacher, then headed up the stairs. The tension drained from his body, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Kamiya was a little eccentric as far as teachers went. His way of thinking and general vibe were totally different from what you would expect. He seemed to go against the grain in every way. Somehow this just didn't sit right with Yoji. He kept asking himself if he really trusts the man. Still, Yoji felt there was some merit in what he said about listening to your body. It looked like he meant that part, at least. While pondering this, he arrived back at this classroom. He was like, did the teacher know I jerked off in his classroom? Afterwards, Yoji struggled with his lethargic body all the way until the end of 6th period. Eager to get home as fast as possible, he headed to the garbage cans as soon as afternoon assembly occurred. I guess it is 6 periods. Today was his last day on duty. Starting next week, he could go back to avoid Tetsuo entirely. The thought reassured him a bit. As he began sifting through the burnables, he felt someone standing next to him. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see a tanned hand on the rim of the non-burnable can. Why? The flash of the penis. There was nothing I could do about that one, right? It came too quick. It came and went. The memory of yesterday's incident threatened to rear its head, but he quickly shook it off and turned back to his work. He hadn't brought a lunch to school today, so he didn't have to worry about having it shoved in his face this time. After sifting through the trash at the speed of life, Yoji tied up his garbage bag and headed for the door. Oh, uh-oh. All of a sudden, he felt a lump in his throat. And in his bowel. The blood drained from his face, and goosebumps pricked up all over his arms. Oh no. His trash bag hit the floor with a rustling of plastic. Suddenly, Yoji was freezing cold. At the same time, he could feel sweat bursting from his pores. Before his brain could process what was happening, his body moved on autopilot, steering him towards the door. However...
ゴミは
you're trash. The CG jump scare got me when I was streaming too. Just keep flashbanging me with the penis. A low voice called to his back. He turned to find Tetsuo's icy gaze trained on
どう
him.
すんだよ
I'm just gonna leave it. But Yoji was in no shape to respond. Instead, he left the classroom and broke into a run. Somehow, he managed to make it all the way to the boys' restroom. Wow. That's a new background. Thankfully, it was empty. The familiar bathroom smell stung in his nose. He darted into a stall and locked the door with clammy hands. He was in agony. He wanted to vomit, but it wouldn't come. Instead, the lump in his throat kept churning. This had to be some kind of illness. He must have contracted something without knowing, and now it was wreaking havoc on his body. Overcome with panic, Yoji leaned his head against the wall and squeezed his eyes shut. For a while, he just sat there and waited for his suffering to end. Tetsuo was just like, well damn, now I have to do this for myself. Once the nausea had receded and he was feeling calm again, Yoji returned to the classroom. Cleaning was over, and his abandoned trash bag was gone. Someone must have taken care of it for him. But who? Tetsuo, dude. Could it have been Tetsuo? Although the nausea hadn't exactly been his fault, the fact remained that he shirked his duties. Never mind. That afternoon, Yoji went home with a guilty conscience. He was like, oh damn. They'll never forgive me. Ditching school to buy clothes? Come with me, Zenya. Hello? The message popped up on Kitani's cell phone a few hours after lunch. Oh. See, we keep switching to Zenya's POV. I'm like, Zenya must be really important. The message popped up on Kitani's cell phone a few hours after lunch. He wasn't particularly surprised. If anything, this was par for the course. After a brief call to inform the school, Kitani grabbed a change of clothes for Zenya and got in the car. The last few times Zenya had summoned him, he'd adamantly refused to go into town in the same clothes he'd worn to school. Kitani had been forced to drive him home first. This time, however, he planned for the kids' idiosyncrasies. Zenya would just have to change in the car.
Kitani,遅い.
You're late. Zenya was standing outside the gates with his arms crossed. Oh my god, Saku, when you weren't here and we were looking at the scene where Zenya was in his house with like the purple sweater and like the yellow pale shirt and everything, and his hair was like down and he wasn't wearing his hat and everything, I was like, oh my god, he looks like a MILF. Zenya was standing outside the gates with his arm crossed. You're like, I'm locked in now. This is where the important stuff is happening. In reality, he was hardly late. He arrived more or less as quickly as he always did when shuttling Zenya to and from school. He hopped out of the car and opened the rear passenger door.
お待たせしてしまってすみません。さあどうぞ。
I apologize for the wait, shall we?
さあ、買う
Gonna
ぞ。
shop till I drop.
何買
Wonder
おう
what
か
I'll
な。
find this time. Zenya climbed eagerly into the back seat. Kitani shut the door behind him and hopped back into the driver's seat, then set off toward the mall near the train station. As it turns out, Zenya was a lot more willing to change clothes in the car than he expected. Instead of complaining, the boy praised his initiative. After Kitani parked the car, they got out and stepped into the elevator. The moment the doors opened again, Zenya sauntered onto the floor, bursting with enthusiasm. One by one, he blasted through every boutique, buying almost everything he tried on, the very picture of self-indulgence.
どれにしようかな。
Really looks like a MILF. MILF and the sugar daddy. My beautiful MILF? Teenage boy with mental illness? Wow. Just look at this dude. That's already several bags. Are they really rich? I know that they were Yakuza and stuff, but I was like, are they super duper rich? Which one should I pick? A dozen stores later, Zenya showed no sign of flagging. Kitani followed him after him silently, his arms laden with heavy shopping bags. He could feel the salespeople staring at them from afar. To the average person, they must have looked quite the odd pair. Perhaps Zenya didn't mind, but Kitani knew exactly how out of place he was.
今さ、カーディガンが欲しくってさ。
You know, I'm kinda in the mood for a cardigan.
今ですか？
In May.
そう。ああ、これとかいいよね。
Oh, maybe something like this. He grabbed a sweater lying forgotten at the bottom of the shelf and giggled to himself. Sure enough, it was a light knit cardigan in pastel pink. The discount sticker had been slapped over the price tag. Clearly, it was an item that no one else wanted. His self-indulgence, his greed sickens me.
これから暑くなりますが。
The weather's only gonna get warmer.
うん。
Yeah, and?
カーディガンを買うの
Well,
は
if you're
夏
gonna
が
buy a
終わってから
cardigan,
の方
you
が。
should probably wait until after summer.
うるさ
Shut
い
the
な。
fuck up!
俺が今
I
欲し
want
い
it
と思ったらいいんだ
And
よ。
I'm buying it now! The sudden fury echoed throughout the store.
北にのくせにそういうこと言う
You
と
know
か
you
さ。
can't talk to me
ダ
like
メでし
that.
ょ
What's
ね
wrong with you? The air around them froze as Zenya's voice took on a chiding tone.
すみませんでした。
I apologize.
そんなことよりさ、
Anyway,
こ
so
れを
what do you
買うかどう
think?
かがね、
Do I buy it or
今俺の
not?
人生に
This
おい
is
て
literally the
最重要
biggest
課題
problem
な
in
わ
my
け。
whole life right now. My god. He held the cardigan up high, practically thrusting it in Kintani's face.
ねえ、これ似合
So,
う？
do you think this would look
どう
good
な
on
の？
me?
そこんと
Huh?
こはさ、
I'm gonna need
北
your
にの正
honest
直な意見
opinion
ってやつ
here.
を聞きたいんだよね。
His tone was chipper, but his eye was not smiling. Kitani knew that he had no choice but to do as he was told.
そうですね。
Well,
似合
let's
うと
see.
思いますよ。
Yes, I think you'd wear it well.
本気で言ってる？
Do you really mean that?
はい。
Yes.
本当に？
For real?
え
Yes.
北に的に何色？
What color do you prefer?
え。この色が
I think this
Inja
color
Naka.
works perfectly. I love the Valley Girl localization they gave him in the text. I'm sorry, was he not like this in Japanese? At this, Zenya smiled so brightly. He seemed a different person altogether. Yes, let's go, Kitani. He gazed at the cardigan with such love, it might have been a precious jewel.
でしょ？
Right?
やっぱそうだよ
I
ね。
totally agree.
じゃあこれに決定。
Okay, that's that.
これ買おう。
I'm getting it. Zenya spun and handed the cardigan to the flabbergasted sales clerk.
じゃあさ、
Oh,
今度
I
北に
know.
も同じ
You
色の
should
ス
buy
ー
a
ツ買っ
suit
て
in this
お
color
揃いに
so
しよ
we'll
うよ。
match. Oh. Zenya, are you even a love interest? I think you have your guy right here. What can Yoji even offer you? Absolutely nothing. He's poor.
同じ色ですか。
A suit in this color.
そう。
Yeah. As the clerk rang up the purchase, Kitani shot Zenya a hesitant look. A pastel pink suit? He couldn't be serious.
お揃いって絶対可
Will
愛
be
いからさ。
so cute and matching
Christy の服も
outfits.
作ってほし
Oh,
いん
and
だ
I
よ
want a
ね。
little outfit for
同じ色で。
Christy too. Same color. Let me see the fat iguana.
ああ、いいですよ。
I can manage that. This wasn't the first time Zenya had made such a demand. He previously asked Kitani to sew a miniature yakuza, a miniature yukata for his pet. Although Kitani could handle most chores, sewing was not one of his talents. Nevertheless, he had given it his best shot. After considerable effort, he managed a fairly decent product, and he never forgotten the happiness on Zenya's face. It had all been worth it, and secretly, he felt that he wouldn't mind sewing for Zenya again.
本当に絶対ね。
Really?
絶対。
Promise? You gotta promise! The more I voice him, the more he's just turning into like, yeah, truly Valley Girl.
わかりました。
I promise. Zenya whooped with joy, grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Kitani took the shopping bag from the clearly uncomfortable clerk. You know what? We need to see him in like a gyaru fit. Yeah, bye. The shopping continued for a while longer. By the time they were ready to head home, the backseat of the car was filled with fat shopping bags. After glancing at the digital clock on the dashboard, Kitani stepped on the gas with a hint of impatience. Zenya was sitting in the front, gazing out the window. He'd been quiet for a while now. And so they headed home, for home, beneath a brilliant sunset. You know, Yoji's like, man, my life sucks! And Zenya's like, I'm having the best time of my life, and I hate my father. When they arrived, Zenya ran straight up to his room on the second floor. The clock had just struck 5 p.m. It was time for his daily ritual. Oh. There is in fact official offer of Zenya and Makoto as Gyaru. Whoa! I must see this. His daily ritual. His disappearance. The disappearance of Zenya Okinaga. After an hour or so, Zenya emerged from his room. Looking haggard, he sat silently on the dining room sofa, sulking. Oh, it takes like an hour for him to do whatever he was doing. Maybe he was also jorking it. And by it, his penis. Meanwhile, Kitani did some cleaning and prepared dinner. Now and then he glanced at Zenya, but didn't say a word. At times like these, he knew better than to disturb the young man.
北に
Kitani.
はい、
Yes.
クリスティにご飯あげに行く。
Let's go feed Christy.
わかりました。
Very well. Zenya stood up and left the room. Kitani stopped what he was doing and followed him upstairs. Must be a very important iguana. The room at the end of the hall had been set aside for the iguana's use. Inside, Christy had her very own special habitat. The room was humid, with a large glass greenhouse enclosure taking up most of the space. Zenya pulled some green leafy vegetables out of the refrigerator nearby and offered them to the iguana sitting on her perch.
ほらクリス、ご飯だよ。
Here you go, Chris. It's dinner time. Christy leaned off the perch, secured herself on Zenya's arm, and began to eat. Show me this iguana right now.
キタニがまたクリスの服作ってくれるって。お
Kitani
揃いだっ
said
て。
he's gonna make you another
よかった
outfit.
ね。
We're gonna
嬉しいね、
match.
クリ
Isn't
ス。
that nice? I bet you're happy, aren't you? As Zenya stroked her back contentedly, Kitani watched on, feeling increasingly conflicted. That Kitani would grant Zenya's request was a given. Zenya knew this, but still he responded with such joy. Kitani found this painful somehow.
キタニ、
Kitani looked up in the middle of changing Christy's water bowl.
はい。
Yes.
クリスティの世話が
When
終わ
you're
ったら
done here,
部屋
come
に
to
お
my
いでね
room, okay? Zenya smiled faintly.
はい。
Very well. Suppressing the urge to panic, Kitani lowered his gaze and nodded. He had a feeling this was coming. Once he was done feeding her, Zenya put the lizard... Lizard? Are iguanas lizards? I guess they're like similar. On his shoulder and left the room. Kitani sighed, still holding the bowl in his hands. He could feel his mood growing sour. At this time of day, there was only one thing Zenya could want. One might even have called it Kitani's ritual. Are they fucking? And the iguana stays on my shoulder as we do. Truth be told, even after all this time, he still isn't used to it. But Zenya would never take no for an answer. Kitani sighed once more and left the room on leaden legs. What is going on?
失礼します。
May I come in?
うん。
Mm-hmm. Oh, hello. Chuu died. Hold on. Dang. Okay, she might die for a little bit more, but hopefully it'll be fine. His knock was met with a muffled response. Kitani opened the door and walked in. The main ceiling light... oh my god, hello? Turn off the ads. Sorry, I use like a free app to track my VTuber, and I'm just like, haha. Anyway, there we go. Whoa, look at this room! Bloody USA! Ha! Sweet time? Sweet Pulu? Sweet Taimu? Does he really like America? Neon lights? That's a cool looking bedroom. The main ceiling light was off, leaving the room dark, but for the soft multi-colored glow of Zenya's decorative lights. Zenya was sitting on top of the black duvet covering his bed, eating something. Christy was perched on his shoulder. Show me Christy now. I'm starting to believe Christy's not even real. He was stuffing thin slices of raw beef into his open mouth. Okay.
冷蔵庫から取ってきたんですか？
Did you take that from the fridge?
そう。キタニも食べる。
Yeah. Want some?
いいえ。
No, thank you. Kitani shook his head slightly. Zenya patted the bed next to him with his free
こ
hand.
っち。
Come here. Hesitantly, Kitani sat. The room smelled strange. Ugh. Like he was burning incense somewhere. Kitani couldn't quite place the scent. The retro psychedelic decor perfectly complemented Zenya's personality. Though Kitani wasn't one to judge, it was all a little tacky for his taste. The room's most prominent feature was the glass case sitting atop of a chest of drawers. I don't even see it in this picture. The case displayed a wide variety of eye patches. Oh. If he were younger, Kitani might have appreciated Zenya's style, but at his age, it only made him uncomfortable. Whoa, he looks so much bigger. While licking his fingers clean, Zenya gazed into Kitani's eyes.
今日は買い物も行ったしさ。まずは 北にの肩を揉んであげるね。
Let's see. We did a lot of shopping today, so for starters, I'll rub your shoulders.
いえ、そんな。
That's hardly necessary.
いいからいいから。
Come on, just let me. Before Kitani could protest further, Zenya hopped on the bed behind him and put his hands on Kitani's shoulders.
坊ちゃん、本当に。
This face. Hello? I mean it, little boss, I...
いいからいいから。
Just let me. Zenya repeated himself loudly as he started to rub. Kitani's muscles were tense and sore from the days of hard work, and the pressure made him exhale softly. Zenya wasn't especially skilled, but regardless, it felt nice to have his blood flowing once more.
どうよ。気持ちいい？
How's that? Good?
はい。
Quite. As he reluctantly gave in to the massage, a thought occurred to him. Zenya wouldn't volunteer to give him a back rub for nothing. He had to have an angle. Sure enough, he felt Zenya's breath tickle in his ear.
北にさ、お願いがあるんだけど。
Say, I have a favor to ask.
はい。
Yes.
あのね、
Okay,
ちょっ
so
と調べてほしい
I
人が
kind
い
of
るん
need
だ
you
よ
to look
ね。
into someone for me.
調べてほしい
Look
人
into someone?
ですか。
An unusual request. Zenya hardly ever took notice of anyone. Who could he possibly want to know more about?
一個下の学年で
It
ね。
is a guy in the
崎
grade
山
below
洋二って
me.
言うんだけど、
Sakiyama Yoji.
もともとは
He
同
was
じ
supposed
学
to be
年だっ
my
たんだよ
grade
ね。
this year.
留年ですか。
But he got held back, I take it.
そうそう。
Yep. He's sick or something.
体弱い
Really
んだ。
pale. He passed
始業
out in
式でも
front
バ
of
タって
everyone
倒
on
れ
the
ちゃっ
first
た
day of
青白い子
school.
でさ。でね、
Anyway,
そ
I
の子
want
に
you
つ
to
い
look
て
into him for
調べ
me.
てほしいの。
Anything and everything.
何でもいいか
Whatever
ら
you can find.
いろんなこと。
わかりました。
Very well. Sakiyama Yoji. The name was unfamiliar. Supposedly, the young man was sick, but surely there must have been more to him than that. If he managed to catch Zenya's interest,
なんかね、
it's just...
いろいろ同じとこが
I
あるっ
think
ぽいんだよ
he and
ね。
I might have a lot in
もしか
common.
したらさ、
Or maybe not. I don't know.
同じ。
What do you mean?
そう。
You know, like,
俺とお前は同
we
じ
ain't
だ
so
ぜ
different, you and
み
me.
たいな。
That kind of thing. Kitani didn't really understand what Zenya was saying. I'm sorry, are you... are you sick too? Are you also, like, fertilizing something or whatever? Nevertheless, with a little legwork, he could easily find out what sort of person.
聞いたに。
Kitani. The hands on his shoulders fell still. Kitani tensed up slightly as Zenya whispered into his
わかっ
ear.
てるよね。
You know what I want, don't you? He moved aside Kitani and peered into his eyes. For a moment, Kitani forgot to breathe. Oh! Well, would you look at that? I'm sorry, does he have mushrooms on his shirt? I did not know that. Then Zenya removed his eye patch, revealing the deformity beneath. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. The skin around Zenya's right eye was red and inflamed, as though it had been burned with hot metal. Flesh bulged from the gaps around his bloodshot eyeball, and what remained of the eyelid did nothing to hide it. Occasionally, the eyeball twitched, like a fetus kicking in the womb. Huh? The sight filled Kitani with a mix of emotions. Not quite disgust, not quite fear. No, it was something far more complicated than that.
早く、北に。
Come on. Zenya leaned into him like a child begging for candy. I'm sorry, are you gonna, like... You're gonna eat it or something? Like, what's going on here? You gonna kiss it better? My boo-boo? Summoning all of his courage, Kitani cupped Zenya's face in his hands. Then he drew his lips close and gently slid his... gently slid his tongue over Zenya's right eye? No! Wait a second! No wonder I was like, why is there... I didn't notice mushrooms before. Yo, the big fan of Guano! Yeah, Christy! Yeah, ignore everything that's going on over here. This iguana is eating his hair. Okay, what's going on here? But also, whoa! Look, Christy stays on. So true, so true. A shiver ran through Zenya's body as Kitani's tongue brushed the warm mucus membrane. Okay? Kitani's instinct screamed at him to stop, but he ignored it and pressed on. He couldn't stop, not until Zenya was satisfied. Yeah, lick my eyeball, blah 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 blah. Zenya chuckled as Kitani gently traced the gap between his eyeball and the surrounding flesh. From time to time, Zenya asked him to perform this ritual. No, not a ritual. This was a trial. Zenya always kept his eye covered. He would never reveal it, much less allow Kitani to touch it, unless he was trying to test Kitani's loyalty. Anytime Zenya's confidence wavered, he would call upon his servant to prove himself once more. Kitani had been through this many times now, but could never quite come to terms with it. And yet, if it made Zenya feel better, he couldn't say no.
いいよ、Kitani.
Yeah. That's good. Zenya giggled and stroked Kitani's hair. Flesh upon flesh, blood set aflame by the slightest contact. But there was no romance between them. Oh. No love, no desire. Nothing but unwavering loyalty. Historians would say they were good friends. Yo, show me that iguana again. Late that night, at the Okinaga residence, Kunihito knelt before the altar alone. Whoa. Beneath the house lay a tiny chapel. Kunihito had built it himself as a place to worship God, his God. To Kunihito, his God was everything.
Oh!
Oh! The man clasped his thick, wrinkled fingers together and shot a pleading look at the statue on the altar. Of all the bizarre implements filling the cramped space, this statue was the strangest by far. It appeared for all the world like a misshapen lump of volcanic rock. If this was meant to be a god, it was surely not a god of men. And yet, Kunihito's awe was real. He prostrated himself before the thing, as though to welcome the second coming of Christ himself. Please! Forgive my son! Please forgive Zenya! Please! I will never forget your anger. I shall carry it with me as long as I live. The pain of your destruction, of your long exile. A breath of wind swept through the chamber. For a moment, the candles flickered, and Kunihito's shadow danced upon the walls like a demon struggling to break free. Why was the human race chosen? Why us? Why did you have to be driven to extinction? I think he might be a little crazy. Just then, a stronger gust of wind blew through the room, snuffing several candles. Kunihito let out a shriek and curled up into a ball, hands clasped together above his head. I beg you! Still your fury! I beg you! Two thick books lay forgotten at his trembling feet. Tattered and faded, each bore the words Holy Scripture on its cover. I beg you. His prayers continue without pause. Something's going on. Maybe he thinks like the thing on Zenya's eye is like, I don't know, a hellish curse or something, because he wasn't like faithful to the Lord, and then he's like, no, please God, forgive my sins, free my son. Hello? Oh, I was like, who's this? Oh, it's Kitani. Wow, he looks kind of different here too. Kitani stood at the entrance to the chapel, breath bated, watching Kunihito with a sorrowful expression. It was a pitiful sight, to be sure, but the man in there was still the man who'd saved his life. Nothing would ever change what he meant to Kitani. And yet, it hurt to see him like this. Every night at the stroke of 12, Kunihito would enter the chapel and stay there, praying until dawn. Once he finally emerged... oh my gosh. Once he finally emerged, pale and haggard, he would sleep, but only for an hour or two. More than anything, Kitani feared for his master's health. The longer he kept this up, the more likely he would collapse from stress. But Kunihito couldn't stop. To stop would make them angry, he said. Zenya would be punished, he said. Kunihito was praying to protect his son. I knew it. Zenya despised him, and yet he still cared. But Kunihito's feelings towards his son were not like most fathers. Kunihito was afraid of Zenya, and Kitani had begun to realize that this was driving Zenya to rebel even more. But it wasn't his place to interfere. All he could do was watch over the broken family and pray that these tangled threads could one day be unwound. Down. The rain, coupled with the heat of early summer, had served to create a distinctly muggy weekend. Yoji only left the house to go to work Saturday night. The rest of his time he spent holed up in his room with his aquarium. Outside, the downpour continued, unending. Yoji sat on a sofa, letting his mind wander as he gazed at the faintly glowing aquarium. The neon tetras swam around their little rectangular world, frolicking in the seaweed. The bubbles frothing on the surface, the insectile hum of the monitor, the light dancing on the walls. It felt like time had stopped just for him. Outside, the world went on, rain or shine, but inside his room, or this room, none of that mattered, or so he could almost believe. And yet, things were changing, slowly but surely. Nothing could stay the same from one moment to the next. Not him and not this room. Yoji possibly dying of an unknown illness and still going to work. Hashtag real, you know? He's like, I can't put the burden on my sister anymore. I must do this. Transformation, metamorphosis, changes unseen or simply unnoticed. There was no going back. Even if he tried, that too would bring change. Nothing lasted forever. His body was relaxed. He felt peaceful and calm. For once, his condition was stable. He was always on edge at school. Perhaps that was why he was so often wound up thinking. Perhaps that's why he so often wound up thinking himself into corners. But his homework teacher, Kamiya, had made him see the importance of loosening up from time to time. For now, Yoji just wanted to forget everything and give himself over to this one fleeting moment. Oh, okay. Yoji sat there for hours as his mind wandered. Then the phone rang, shredding his tranquility like a knife. He sat up slowly and reached over to grab it. It was Eriko. Snapping back to reality, he pushed the answer button and put the phone up to his ear. Wow! Casual Yoji! This is an interesting shirt design. I feel like you don't really see fashion with, two sleeves like that. It's cool, I like it. Hello? Hi. Sorry to bother you. A familiar voice echoed through the receiver. Is this a bad time?
あ
No.
そっか。
Oh, good. I
な
just
ん
felt
と
like
なく
cooling.
電話しようかなって
How
思
are
っ
you
て。
doing?
うん
I'm okay.
嘘。
Liar.
元気って声じゃ
You
ない
don't。sound okay. I don't.
そうかな
Yeah. It is an interesting design. They just be wearing anything in 2008. His neck? Yeah, it's large. I don't.
うん。疲れてる感じがする。
You sound tired.
学校大変な
Having a
の？
hard time at school? He shook his head, ruefully, smiling. He could never hide anything from her.
久しぶりだから
Yeah, let me turn around. Let me give the audience a 360 view of my t-shirt here. For the artists. Yeah, it's hard getting back into the routine.
具合悪いの？
Feeling sick?
少しね
Kinda.
病院は？
Have you been to the doctor? No.
いや
どうして？
Why not? Her tone grew more insistent. Yoshi wasn't sure what to tell her, but he decided to try anyway.
通院費バカにならないし
Doctor's expensive, you know? Rotates my uke. Rotates my uke in the microwave.
またそういうこと言ってる。
Not this again!
これ以上姉さんに
I don't want to burden you any
迷惑
more
かけられ
than
な
I
いから
already have. She sighed, and he felt the atmosphere on the cold turn serious.
それより、
For your
僕が我
information,
慢することの
I
方
feel
が
worse
辛いよ。
knowing that you're suffering.
元
All
気
I
になっ
want
て
is
く
for
れ
you
た
to
ら
be healthy.
私はそれが一番嬉しい。だから、
Please,
辛
quit
い時
pushing
は無理
yourself
し
and
な
just
いで。
go to the doctor.
ちゃんと。
分かった
Okay,
ごめん
sorry. He appreciated her concern, but felt guilty at the same time. It seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he would always be a burden on his sister. It would help him to stand on his own 2 feet. Maybe going to the doctor wasn't such a bad idea after all.
私が退院して、
Once I'm out of the hospital and you're feeling better, we should go on a trip somewhere. You can bond with your baby nephew.
どこかって
Oh,
どこ
like,
へ
where?
そうだな。
Oh, I don't know.
水族館
The
とかは？
aquarium, maybe?
よく
You like
熱帯
tropical
魚とか
fish,
好きじゃな
don't
かったっ
you?
け？
You know, I brought this up before, but I paid for a year membership of going to the aquarium, and I've only gone once. Does anyone in Sydney want to go to the aquarium before my membership expires? I do like aquariums. I think aquariums are quite a lovely place to be. I love looking at the penguins and the fish and the sharks. Yeah. Bring Nagito with you. Does he care about fish? Does he care about SeaWorld?
好きだけど
Yeah.
子供の頃はよく一緒に行っ
We
たよ
went
ね。
there a lot when we were kids, didn't we?
二人で住むよう
Once
に
it
なっ
was
て
just
か
the
ら
two
は
of us.
な
We
んだ
never
かんだ
had
で
the
忙しくして
time.
たじゃない？
So yeah,
だ
I
から
think it would be nice
た
to
ま
go
には
again.
どうかなって思って。
I do like the aquarium. I should go again. As much as he appreciated the invitation, Yoshi couldn't help but hesitate. Erika should prioritize her new family, not him.
でも
But,
それとも、
and what?
兄
Are
弟
you
で
too
行くの
grown
は
up to hang out with
恥
your
ずかしい
sister?
から嫌？
全然
What?
そんな
I
ことない
didn't say that.
だったらいいじゃ
Then
ない。
what's the harm?
約
Just
束ね。
promise me, okay?
元気になっ
Once
た
you're
ら
feeling better,
どこか
we're
遊びに
gonna
行
take
こ
a trip. Maybe we can
もし
even
かしたら
bring the baby.
この子も一緒に連れて行けるかも。
あ
Okay, sure.
楽しみにしてるから。
Looking forward to it. Yeah,
俺
same.
も
それじゃ
Anyway, sorry for calling you out of the blue.
あ、
Talk to you later.
あ
Okay,
体に気を
care
つ
of
けて
yourself.
そっちこそ。
Right back at you, mister.
じゃあね、
Night
お
night.
やすみ。
おやすみ
Good night. Yoji set his phone back on the coffee table. Ever since they were kids, Erika had always been weirdly, prescient. Hopefully that was right. When it came to his health. No matter how he tried to hide it, she always knew when he was feeling unwell. She always said that she could tell by his voice and expression, but even now that they lived apart, she somehow managed to call right when he needed her most. Even the invitation had been more of his, for his sake than hers. He still appreciated. Prescient. Had been weirdly prescient. I see. Even if the invitation had been more for his sake than hers, he still appreciated it. He needed to get better soon, in order to uphold his end of the bargain. In the meantime, he decided to call the school tomorrow and let them know he'd be stopping by the doctor in the morning. With that settled, Yoji slowly closed his eyes. And so the night passed quickly with the rain. Ooh. I was wondering, how long does it take to get to an ending in this game? Because I saw that relatively, Sleep Pool is not as long of a game. So, how long does it take to get to an ending? At the pace that I'm going at. Monday morning rolled around, and after a brief call to the academy, Yoji headed to the neighborhood clinic. Because I feel like I'm still like in the early stages of this story. I haven't even started on anyone's route yet. Depends on the ending. I see. And after a brief call to the academy, Yoji headed to the neighborhood clinic. It was usual for a Monday. The waiting room was full of children and senior citizens. It was some time before Yoji's name was called. Zenya and Makoto's endings are earlier. Oh. When they finally showed him in, he told the doctor about his symptoms, including the hallucinations. However, they were unable to find anything physically wrong with him, and thus determined that it was likely psychosomatic. Oh. To placate him, they prescribed a week's worth of low-dose sleeping pills and some vitamins. Yoji doubted this would be particularly helpful, but nonetheless was relieved to know that he hadn't contracted some new strange illness. After he left the clinic, he shot a quick text to his sister so that she could stop worrying. Feeling better, Yoji headed to the station and caught a train to the school. He had just arrived when he was about to open the classroom door when the bell rang, signaling the end of first period. Chemistry was next, and today they were scheduled to perform an experiment, which meant going down to the basement lab. That was about the last place Yoji wanted to go, but he didn't have a choice in the matter. His spirits dampened, he dropped his book bag off in the classroom and then headed down the stairs.
Yoji! Hayo!
Morning, Yoji! Just as he arrived on the basement floor, Makoto called out to him. He peered curiously at Yoji, smiling brilliantly as always. Heard from Kamiya, you went to the doctor. Yeah. How'd it go? I think I'm probably just tired. Gotcha. Who wouldn't be tired popping in and out of school all the time? I wish I could tell you to take it easy, but midterms are coming up, you know? Makoto smirked, a fierce light in his eyes, and Yoji realized that he was right. He'd been so busy worrying about other things, he completely forgotten that midterms were right around the corner. How you feeling? Confident? No way. Oh, for real? Me either. I usually just cram like hell the night before. Basically, I'm just challenging my peak brain to remember as much as it can. The whole night? Did you get tired? Oh, hell yeah. I tried letting up on coffee and stuff. No dice. But, I'm happy as long as I pass. When you're young, it's more important to have fun. The voice acting is fun. I feel bad for, like, reading over it without the same direction. He snickered mischievously. What do you do for fun? Ever go places? Not really. Isn't there anywhere you want to go? One place immediately came to mind. Maybe the aquarium? Huh? You like fish? Yeah. I keep some fish at home. Whoa, really? I like fish too! Oops, sorry. It's so relaxing to watch them swim around. And they taste good! After exams, I want to go for sushi. I've just checked my VODs. I finished with full stream, so I was streaming for like 8 hours. You know what? I can do 8 hours. If you see my like 100 line streams, I can go 8 hours or more. Well, really? I like fish too! It's so relaxing to watch them swim around, and they taste good! For exams, I want to go for sushi. We seem to be getting off topic. Classic Makoto. Yoshi felt himself smile. As they ambled down the corridor, the chemistry lab came into view. When he caught sight of it, Makoto's expression changed. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Have you heard of that weird rumor going around? The one about the chemistry lab? Uh-oh, it's gonna be about him. It's like, yeah, they saw someone was jerking off in here. And they're like, The chemistry lab? Yoshi felt his heart skip a beat. Somehow he managed to maintain an air of calm. What rumor? You know Inada from Class C? Well, he's dating a girl in our class. She always comes out to hang between periods. Anyway, I totally heard he lost his shit yesterday while cleaning the chemistry lab after school. Out of nowhere, he started screaming about someone's guts on the floor. My eggs? So naturally, everyone comes running, right? Well, apparently, but he kept pointing at the floor, yelling, "Can't you see?" and shit. Crazy, huh? He's like, Makoto recounted the story like it was a hilarious anecdote, but his audience had stopped listening halfway through. Guts on the floor of the chemistry lab. Yesterday's incident immediately came to mind, though he wished he could forget it. Was it yesterday when that happened? My god, the days really blurred in my mind. While he had been in the act, his fingers had touched something. Something slimy, soft, and warm. He wanted to believe the two events weren't connected, and yet... what's wrong? Makoto patted him lightly on the shoulder, bringing him back to reality. It's nothing. Going senile on me, Grandpa? His tone was teasing, but then the smile vanished from his face. He was staring at Yoji, or no, something behind him. Curious, Yoji turned to find Tetsuo walking along, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Why do you look so angry? I think we'll just go fully blue. God, I can't stand that guy. He sucks. Makoto muttered, his eyes still following Tetsuo's back. He's just so robotic, you know? You can never tell what he's thinking. He doesn't even feel like he's our age. I heard he gets up to some shady shit though. What do you mean? Before he knew it, he was asking for details. Well, someone saw him in a seedy part of town. They say he works there. Okinaga's a dangerous dude, but at least we know about his dad and stuff. Shiranuma is just a mystery. No one knows anything for sure. Evidently, Yoshi wasn't the only one who felt that way about Tetsuo. It made sense. Lack of understanding bred fear. Bred? But somehow, he still manages to be crazy popular. I heard he's got him on rotation these days. Dang. Got what? Girls, dude. Huh? He doesn't seem the type to me. The word slipped out, and before he knew it, he'd inadvertently encouraged Makoto to continue. I know, right? I'm no expert, but they say chicks dig the whole stupid mysterious vibe or whatever. What a joke! If I was a girl, I'd be like, hell no. I mean, why do they even like that type anyway? It doesn't help that he's cool and smart and... Oh man, now I feel like crap! Oh, he was more like, oh man, now I feel like crap. At the end of his rant, he was hanging his head like a scolded puppy. Meanwhile, Yoji was more puzzled about something else Makoto had said. Tetsuo went on dates? With girls? He couldn't picture it. The idea was bizarre.
まあ何にせよ
Well, in any case, I
お友達
wouldn't
に
want
は
to
なり
pal
たく
around with
ねえ
him,
な
that's for sure.
どんな裏があるか
Who
わか
knows
ん
what
ねえ
he's
し
hiding?
そうだな。
Yeah. Students' voices echoed off the damp walls and floor. They were nearly at the chemistry lab. Tetsuo was nowhere to be seen. Had he already gone inside?
これから実験か
Chemistry experiments.
好きだし
They're
楽しい
fun
け
and
ど
all, but
め
there's
んど
so
くせ
much
え
work. Makoto grumbled. Hello, OBS? Yo, the first OBS crash of the day. Alright, did we miss anything? I hope not. Chemistry experiments. They're fun and all, but there's so much work. Makoto grumbled, fingers laced behind his head as he walked into the chemistry lab. We okay? Yeah, OBS just disconnected for a little bit. But we're fine. Yoji stopped at the threshold, reluctant to enter. Images of the incident flickered through his mind. If you show me his penis one more time. He stared. Oh, sorry. He remembered how he felt in that moment, and Tetsuo's cold stare. He squeezed his eyes shut to block it all out. Then, after a moment, he walked into the room.
今日は実験をするぞ。いつも通り名簿順に5、6人の班に分かれて。
Oh dear. Here we go with Tetsuo again. Today we're doing a lab exercise. You know the drill. Everybody split up into groups of 5 or 6. If that had said 6 or 7, though. Alphabetical order. Kamiya called out over the din of chattering students. The words alphabetical order sent Yoji's move into a tailspin. He knew he'd end up in the same group as Tetsuo. The other groups, once formed, talked silently amongst themselves, but Yoji's group was decidedly quiet. The atmosphere was more than a little awkward, probably because Tetsuo was there. Determined to ignore Tetsuo as much as possible, Yoji kept his gaze focused on the lab table. Today they would be conducting a flame test. As such, each table was stocked with matches, evaporating dishes, methanol, sodium chloride, potassium chloride, and so on.
それじゃあ実験を始めるぞ。
Alright, let's
火
start
を
the
使うから
experiment.
みんな最
We're
新の
playing
注
with
意を
fire
払うよう
here,
に。
so I expect you all to be on your best behavior, got that? After splitting the class into 8 groups, Kamiya went over the instructions and safety procedures, and the experiment began. The steps were simple. Pour some reagent into the evaporating dish, then light it up with a match. Vari-colored flames went up around the room, causing a few students to exclaim in delight. Yoji readied his pen and notebook. They were supposed to note their observations and stared at his group's flame. But before he knew it, thoughts flooded his mind like static, and the world around him went dim. I heard he totally lost his shit yesterday while cleaning the chemistry lab after school. Out of nowhere, he started screaming about someone's guts on the floor. Someone's guts on the floor. Suddenly, Yoji lost his balance. His arm jerked, and his hand bumped against the evaporating dish. The dish tilted, brushing the flames across the back of his hand. Ow! Yoji quickly yanked his arm back, but it was too late. He grimaced in pain. His group members turned to him in alarm. Neighboring groups were peering curiously in their direction as well. Kamiya quickly noticed, and raced over. But before he could arrive, someone else grabbed Yoji's arm and thrust his burned hand under the lab table faucet. But it was Tetsuo. He flinched at first, but the cool water quickly eased the sting of the burn. But just as he heaved a sigh of relief, the question arose to the forefront of his mind. Who had grabbed him? He turned to look. Of course it was Tetsuo. It was Tetsuo. Memories rose with crystal clarity. The chemistry lab, dark and hazy, heavy breathing, a feverish heat, those humiliating words, a little pent up. I'm fine.
もういい。
Yoji growled, yanking his arm away. Tetsuo silently released his grip, then turned the faucet off. The whole room went silent. Everyone was staring at them.
崎山、これ当てて。
Here, Sakiyama, use this. Kamiya handed him a damp reading is hard. Damp washcloth. As instructed, He gently laid it over the burn.
早く保健室へ行きな
Hopping
さい。
over to the nurse's office.
Shironuma.
Shironuma,
ついてって。
you go with
一
him.
人で大丈夫です。
I can get there by myself! Yoji spoke up loudly, interrupting Kamiya before turning and heading for the door.
連れて行きます。
I'll take him. Yoji looked back in surprise to find Tetsuo was following him. Why? Leave me alone! He turned and stomped out of the chemistry lab. Letting his legs to move as fast as they would go, he climbed the stairs to the first floor. Why was Tetsuo coming with him? Why? He reached to the top of the stairs and set off down the hallway. The sound of footsteps trailing behind him hastened his pace.
待てよ。
Wait up. No! Yoji flinched as Tetsuo grabbed his shoulder from behind. He felt the impulse to bolt, but Tetsuo shoved him against the wall. Hello, picture. Tetsuo's arms boxed him in. Yoji stared at him, unable to believe this was happening. Tetsuo was too close, suffocatingly close.
何？
What do you want? Before he could stop himself, his words had left his lips in a hoarse whisper. The Kabedon. But Tetsuo stared back at him without saying anything. They were still in the middle of class, and the halls were as silent as the grave. Unable to endure the tension a moment longer, Yoji attempted to shove Tetsuo away with his uninjured hand, but Tetsuo grabbed Yoji's arm, stopping him. Just then, Yoji felt something slippery and wet. Confused, he looked down at his arm. Blood. There was a scarlet smear on his skin. What the hell? Then he noticed something else. Tetsuo's hand was stained with blood too. Yoji whipped his head up to look at Tetsuo. He's like, oh, are you seeing this, bro? He couldn't speak. He couldn't even blink. Meanwhile, Tetsuo showed no surprise. Instead, he rubbed his fingers together as if to test the blood's consistency. I'm sorry, you can see it too? He could see it? He could see the blood? Yoji recalled the bright red bath water. He convinced himself that it was a hallucination. Bloody hands at all. But this time was different. Tetsuo could see the blood on his fingers. Yoji recalled that rumor Makoto had conveyed. The one where a student had seen someone's guts on the floor of the lab. Could other people see these things too? Maybe they weren't hallucinations after all. He stared blankly at the blood-smeared arm. How much of this was real? Was there any way to know? Yoji touched the blood with trembling fingers. He could feel it, warm and wet, right there on his arm. Which meant that it was real? He's got righteous eyes too! In that case, he must have contracted something after all. There was no way fatigue could cause symptoms like this. Assuming, of course, that it was real. All of a sudden, he felt the urge to vomit rising in the back of his throat. Summoning all his strength, he shoved Tetsuo away and took off running down the hall. Bolting straight into the boys' bathroom, he darted into a stall and shut the door. Back against the wall, he shut his eyes and fought against the nausea. Suddenly it vanished. Instead, he felt a stabbing pain in his gut. The pain shifted gradually into a feeling of discomfort, like something was growing inside of him. Oh! A cold sweat broke out of his forehead. He tried to loosen his uniform, but his hands were numb. I was gonna say he's on his period, but like, I don't think so. The pressure began to descend, seeking an exit. Hands shaking, Yoji gripped his uniform and tightened his gut. He was trying to fight it, but to no avail. The moment he realized that it was hopeless, the tension broke, and the floodgates opened. He felt something slide out of him! Hello? A breath forced its way past his lips. He couldn't move. He couldn't think! His body was frozen, as if entombed in ice. The discomfort and pain in his gut were subsiding, but his heart was full of despair. Shifting his body, he felt a weight in his soiled briefs. Oh no! Did he shit himself? Fighting the urge of disgust, Yoji forced his stiff hands to lower his slacks and underwear. Ah! He heard something hit the ground with a soft plop. Whatever it was, he didn't want to see it. His heart was pounding so hard it hurt. Squeezing his eyes shut, he took a deep breath. Then, once he had prepared himself, he slowly opened them again. His gaze drifted down to his feet. There, a bright red puddle had formed on the tile, and something was floating in it. Ah! It was dark red and lumpy, with veiny lines across its surface. As Yoji stared at it, it twitched. Ah! On closer inspection, it seemed to be pulsing. Almost like a little heart. Chills shut down his spine. As he shut it, the tip of his shoe slipped into the puddle. He quickly yanked his foot back, afraid that the blood might start creeping up his leg. I heard he totally lost his shit yesterday while cleaning the chemistry lab after school. And I know where he started screaming about someone's guts on the floor. Yikes. Overcome with fear and confusion, Yoji yanked up his damp underwear, put his slacks back on, and then left the restroom. He's got, like, blood on his ass. He just needs a pad? Yeah. While he had no destination in mind, he just needed a walk for a while. What was that thing? It had looked like an organ of some kind, and it had been moving. Ew! Me no likey. Had that thing been inside his body? No, no way! Was it real? Was he dreaming? Or was he just losing his mind? He could hear the world he knew falling into pieces around him. After briefly speaking with Kamiya, Yoji went home sick that day. He was out of the building before the bell rang for third period. Tetsuo was like, way to go. Sometime later, a lone figure stepped casually into the boys' bathroom. He's like, ooh, what do we have here? He stopped in front of one of the stalls, his long blonde hair bouncing off his garish green suit. Oh, Zenya time! Sakiyama Yoji had been here. Zenya had seen everything, starting from his argument with the other student in the hall. The memory of that little scene put a smile on his face. He's like, YAOI! I too recall YAOI and smile, says Zenya. Attending class wasn't really Zenya's thing. Instead, he would often go for walks around the building, sometimes even off campus. Today had been another day of peaceful silence in the hallways. That is, until he heard the sounds of an argument. Careful to stay out of sight, he watched the two students bicker. One of them had been Yoji, but he hadn't recognized the other. Granted, he didn't recognize most people. All of a sudden, Yoji shoved the other guy away and made a mad dash down the hall. The other guy had stood there for a moment, then walked off. So Zenya had tailed Yoji all the way to the boys' bathroom. Once inside, he stayed perfectly still and silent, listening to the sounds of agony emanating from the closed stall. Yoji had been breathing so hard, it was almost sad. Zenya had to fight to keep from laughing. Then, as his shoulders shook with mirth, he smelled something. He's like, yo, that's gross. The concept of real people fiction. Fudanshi, Zenya, hell yeah. Something sweet and soft and poisonous. Something that had made him swoon. Uh-oh. He slipped out of the bathroom, heart pounding with excitement. And now, after savoring the anticipation for a while, he returned. Let's see, shall we? Let's see what we got here. Humming merrily to himself, Zenya pressed a thin hand to the door of the stall. It didn't take long for him to find what he was looking for. I knew it! Found you! Beaming innocently from ear to ear, Zenya squatted on his spindly legs. There was a pool of blood on the floor, and a strange-looking lump was floating in it. Okay, so it is real! Oh!
やっぱりね。
Uh-oh. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. Yeah, this is it. I totally called it. Don't eat it, please. He whispered giddily to himself. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the lump between his thumb and forefinger. Augustine, his nails making tips with blood. He lifted the throbbing lump to face height, then slept. Ah! Then slowly extended his big tongue. No, but he pretended to lick it, then shook his head. He was like, no, 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 no. And laughed at his own joke.
いいな。ほんと。いいな。
Oh yeah. Now we're talking. I'm gonna eat this like this little well, it's not a fetus, but this little clump of egg. Dropping the lump to the floor. Oh, you know what? I'm kind of disappointed he didn't eat it now. Dropping the lump onto the floor, he began to laugh, rocking back and forth on his heels. It's like him doing this was like, haha, you thought I was gonna eat it, didn't you? Nah.
いいな。あったかい。
It's so warm too.
あったかいね。
Oh, warm and fresh. Ooh. Oh, what fun he was having.
きっとさ。
I bet he was squatting just like this when it happened. Squatting on his heels and trembling. I'm about to jerk off now. My penis. The image made him laugh even harder. But then, without warning, Zenya froze. His left eye twitched. But you know, it's actually kind of rude. Muttering to himself, he rose to his feet, staring down at the lump with one unfocused eye. He lifted his foot. Oh, is he gonna squish it?
あったかいとか。生意気だ
You
よ。
got a lot of nerve being all warm. I'll just think about Ito. Ito once again. And brought it down on the lump of flesh. Oh. They just stomped the shapeless lump again and again. The pool of blood spread even wider.
ふざけんなよ。
Fuck you. Fuck this shit. Die, die.
死ね。
Damn. He only stopped once there was nothing left but a thick brownish paste. Ew. You got a lot of nerve.
だよ。
And so does he.
生意気。
That guy. That nobody arguing with Yoji in the hole. What was that? What was someone like him doing with Yoji? He was nothing. He didn't even have a sense. He was just a stupid human. Oh my god! The Ato! Everyone's Ato! Dark emotion boiled in Zenya's chest. Gritting his teeth, he curled his lips into a snarl. Then with a slow, unsteady stride, he left the stall and disappeared from sight. He's like, well, I'm not cleaning that up either. Yoshi collapsed into bed the moment he got home. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, and drowsiness quickly crept over him. But every time he closed his eyes, that awful image rose in his mind. Sayano domino effect can create both 100 light and sleep pool. Thanks again, Urobuchi. I know. Kodaka, his disciple? There is Ato everywhere for the eyes to see. If you have the righteous eyes, you will see Ato. I wonder if Kodaka played this game as well. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, and drowsiness quickly crept over him. But every time he closed his eyes, that awful image rose in his mind. Yeah, the author of his game, of this game, is his kohai? You mean Urobuchi? Is whose kohai? that bloody lump lying on the floor of the toilet stool. In the end, the nightmarish scene taunted him until morning. This was the last BL game Gen Urobuchi worked on before letting his Fujo writers be free from his supervision. He was like, alright, you've learned all you can from me. Now go! I will write the Supreme Yuri, that is Madoka Magica. In the end, that nightmarish scene taunted him until morning. The next day, bone-tired, Yoji piloted his lethargic body to school. There he spent the whole morning thinking about one thing: Tetsuo. He thought back to the incident in the hole and compared it to the time Tetsuo touched his neck. I don't think I've ever had another, like, I haven't played that many games, but I don't think I've ever played another, like, visual novel that did flashbacks like this. Like, just overlaying the image and, like, sliding it up onto screen like this. Usually flashbacks or, like, stuff like, you know, you go, well, whoosh, flash to white, and then you see a scene. Or it's, like, sepia colored. This is interesting. He thought back to the incident in the hole and compared it to the time Tetsuo touched his neck. Could Tetsuo really see the blood? If so, then Yoji really had been bleeding. But in that case, why had Tetsuo been so calm about it? He acted like it was totally ordinary, when a normal person would have freaked out or even been confused or something. That said, Yoji had a feeling of Tetsuo's normal. Tetsuo's normal was a little different from most people's. As he listened with half an ear to the teacher's lecture, Yoji shifted his gaze towards the windows. You could see Tetsuo looking down at his textbook. Tetsuo was wearing glasses, as he always did during class. Can I see that sprite, please? Can I see him wearing glasses? Glasses are so moe. For a moment, Yoji contemplated asking Tetsuo if he'd seen the blood. The blood. Come to think of it, he had left the bathroom in such a panic yesterday that he'd forgotten to clean up this mess. He was concerned someone might have seen it after he left, although he hadn't heard anyone talking about it. Unfortunately, this made him even less certain how much of it had been real. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and the classroom roared to life. His train of thought derailed. Yoji let out a long sigh. He had no desire to do anything. As he collapsed back into his seat, he saw Makoto headed his way.
Yoji, 昨日大丈夫だったか? 実験の時.
Yoji, how'd it go yesterday after lab? You okay? Makoto put a hand to Yoji's desk and leaned close, a concerned expression on his face. Yeah.
大丈夫.
Okay. Yoji put his hand on the desk for Makoto to see. All that remained was a faint pink mark. The timely first aid had prevented any significant scarring.
そっか.
Oh,
よかった.
okay. Awesome. Makoto smiled, relieved. Yay.
ぼーっとしてたのか?
Man, how'd you burn yourself in the
あんな簡単な
world's
実
easiest
験で
lab
やけど
exercise?
するなんてさ.
You zoned out or what?
ちょっと考え事をしてた。
I was thinking about something.
実験中は集
You gotta
中
pay
しないと
attention when
危
you're
ないぜ.
doing science. It's dangerous.
つかさ
Anyway, Makoto's gaze flickered over to the window.
白沼が
Shironuma
保健
took you
室
to
に
the
連れてった
nurse's
んだろ?
office, right? How'd that
どう
go?
だった?
何が？
What do you mean? Yoji struggled to keep his voice level.
だってなん
Well,
か
isn't he,
あいつ怖く
you
ない?
know,
なんとな
creepy?
く
I
どうだ
just
ったの
wondered.
かな?
I was just wondering, like, what happened to Dole? Nothing much, really.
別に特には。
Yoji stood up from his desk. This was the last conversation he wanted to be having right now. Makoto looked slightly worried. He could probably tell that something was wrong.
トイレ?
Bathroom?
ああ、
Yeah. Yuji answered curtly and walked off without making eye contact. He had no real destination in mind. He just wanted to get away from any talk of Tetsuo. As he left the classroom, he realized he was angry. Why? It wasn't what Makoto had said about Tetsuo. If anything, he agreed with Makoto's opinion of the guy. For some reason, he didn't want to hear from anyone else. Maybe because he was already agonizing over Tetsuo enough. And now, his inability to explain his frustration was making him even more frustrated. Hoping to calm himself, Yoji spent some time wandering the sunlit halls. He's like, damn it! Get him out of my mind! How would I look if I put on my Ito? Wow, Ito's shoulders. You know what? That's a bit much, maybe. Put it away. Put it away. Looks funny though. Morning classes ended with the ringing of the lunch bell. Overthinking Uke versus nonchalant Seme. Everyone just having a constant great crisis. Oh my god, everyone's just like, stop thinking about men! Morning classes ended with the ringing of the lunch bell. Yoji left the classroom and headed for the school store in the old building. There, he bought a carton of milk. Oh, milk. Then headed up to the stairs for the roof. During lunch, the store was always choked with students, but the other floors were relatively empty. For this reason, Yoji found the old building to be a very peaceful place, especially the roof. He discovered this spot during his first year at school, when he wandered up there one day out of pure curiosity. He'd instantly fall in love with the place, and to this day, still went up there whenever he needed to be alone. Climbing the dusty old stairs, he arrived at the familiar rusty metal door, twisted the knob, and pushed it open. And then Tetsuo was gonna be here, and she's like, "No! My sanctuary ruined!" The hinges creaked as a gust of wind rushed in. Pulling the door shut behind him, Yoji took a deep breath of fresh air. A warm breeze tickled his cheek. The safety fence enclosing the— Oh, yo, wait, this is the picture on the title screen! The safety fence enclosing the rooftop cast a striking pattern of shadowy lines across the dull gray concrete. The air smelled faintly of chlorine, likely from the pool besides the building. They have a pool? Peering through the fence, he could see the water sparkling in the sun. But just as he was about to take another step, Yoji suddenly realized that he wasn't alone. Damn it! Another student was sitting with his back to the fence. Obviously, the roof wasn't Yoji's property. He wasn't surprised that someone else found it relaxing. But he came here to be alone, and this defeated the purpose. He turned around and was about to head back when something brought him up short. No, it couldn't be. Ah, the sweet pool! Wait, you're right! That is the sweet pool! The sweet view of the pool. No, it couldn't be. He glanced again at the person by the fence, and sure enough, it was Tetsuo. Fuck! He was eating a sandwich while gazing at the schoolyard below. He didn't seem to have noticed Yoji's arrival. Khee being surprised sweet pool has a pool. Well, you know. The sweet pool. The sweet gene pool. The sweet I don't know what else. There was still some time to make a break for it. But just as the thought crossed his mind, Tetsuo glanced in his direction. Shit! Yoji froze like a deer in the headlights on an onrushing car. Tetsuo stared at him for a moment, then turned away like he'd lost interest. Yoji was relieved to be out of his sights, but now he had no idea what to do. He couldn't just keep standing there. He knew he should just turn around and leave, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. Then he remembered the question he'd been wanting to ask. Let's go blue! No, asking Tetsuo was a terrible idea. I'm not gonna go down this pathway! Screw Tetsuo! As much as he wanted to know about the blood, he didn't want to interact with Tetsuo any more than necessary. Tetsuo probably didn't think much of him anyway. Oh! God damn it! Tetsuo probably didn't think of much of him anyway. Not after what he must have witnessed in the chemistry lab. God damn it. The memory was still hard to bear. It'd be crazy to expect Tetsuo to be fine with it. You know what, this game is gonna be so hard to censor. I'm gonna be like, the unexpected flash. It'd be crazy to expect Tetsuo to be fine with it. Although if Tetsuo was discussing with him, then why did he approach Yoji yesterday? It made no sense, but there was no point in speculating. Only Tetsuo knew the answer. But if Yoji wanted to know, his only option was to ask. After a long internal debate, Yoji made up his mind and stepped forward. Oh, he's gonna talk to him anyway. Alright. Immediately, he was struck by the impulse to turn back. Nevertheless, he was forced his feet onwards toward the fence where Tetsuo was sitting. Yoji stopped a short distance away and paused to gauge Tetsuo's reaction. But he didn't even look to turn around. Turn to look. Surely he must have sensed Yoji's approach. After standing there for a few seconds, he started to feel like a neglected child. What else was he to do? Yoji sat down on the spot. Immediately, he became hyper-aware of Tetsuo's proximity. This made him so anxious. He thought his whole body might start sweating. He tried to act natural, but he felt so stiff and awkward. Oh, yeah. My glizzy. Glizzy overdrive. You know, I did go to IKEA today, so we did have a hot dog. Yakisoba, yakisoba. Meanwhile, Tetsuo was eating his sandwich and watching the scenery. Tetsuo eats food? Not like me. I don't eat food. For some reason, this struck Yoji as peculiar. It shouldn't have. Tetsuo is human after all, but it was easy to forget that he wasn't carved from ice. A gentle breeze blew in from behind them, rustling Tetsuo's sandy brown hair. He squinted faintly against the sunlight. Beyond the fence, some students were playing baseball in the field. Yoji could hear the crack of the bat, followed by cheers. Thinking about it, he realized that this was the first time he'd ever really looked at Tetsuo. Up until now, he'd done everything in his power to avoid that. You know what? Now Yoji's the one staring at him instead of the other way around. An unfeeling machine, a robot, had always been Yoji's impression of the man. But here, the sunlight dulled his sharp gaze, and his pale eyelashes flooded every time he blinked. He was like a completely different person. To think that all it took was a slight change of perspective to see him in an entirely new light. The sunlight. As Yoji stared, captivated, that familiar pleasant scent tickled his nose. He always smelled it when Tetsuo was around. Was it his cologne or something? Oh, hello. It's my milk. And his... I assume that's green tea. He looks so serious. He's like, Those pheromones, yeah. Sniff, sniff. And suddenly, Tetsuo looked at him. Yoji's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked away. So... At the sound of Tetsuo's voice, Yoji's entire body went rigid. Just that, huh? Tetsuo gestured briskly with his chin, and Yoji realized he must have been talking about his milk. Yoji dropped his eyes to his drink. Seriously? What was he supposed to say to that? His mind had gone blank, so instead, he said the first thing he could think of. Did you see it? No worries! Thank you, Mary! Thank you for, coming by the stream. Everyone support Jast USA, Jast Blue, and buy all the YAOIs on their website. Thank you very much for your service. Enjoy the rest of your day! Did you see it? See what?
腕を掴んだ時に
Yesterday, when you grabbed my arm. Before he knew it, he cut straight to the chase. I felt like part of him was simply eager to get it over with. He didn't finish the question. After a deep breath, Yoji continued. There was blood, right?
ついただろ
On your hand?
手にああ
Yeah. For a moment, he thought that Tetsuo would ignore him again, but it seems that this time was an exception. As Yoji lifted his head in surprise, Tetsuo looked away.
具合悪いんだろお前
You're sick, right? So he had seen the blood. That meant it was real, didn't it? As Yoji struggled to process this, Tetsuo looked at him again.
無理しない方がいいと思うけど
You shouldn't push yourself so hard. What's that supposed to mean? Yoji furrowed his brow. He's like, How could Tetsuo be so calm about it? It was just so deflating. Even if Tetsuo was a special case, it felt like he was getting off too easily somehow.
それ
So... Tetsuo pointed at Yoji's drink with one long finger. Confused, Yoji looked at the carton, then back to
昼
Tetsuo.
それだけ
That's your lunch?
少ねえな。
That's nothing. It seemed that Tetsuo was more interested in Yoji's eating habits than his bleeding spell yesterday. For some reason, Yoji found this extremely annoying.
そんなことよりもっと他に
Don't you have anything else to... Yoji was silent in the middle of his question. What did he even want from Tetsuo anyway? He grabbed his milk carton and got to his feet, then headed for the door. His thoughts were a jumble. He'd summoned all of his courage to ask, and all he had to show for it were more questions. Yoji left the roof without another word. Tetsuo was like, well, whatever. I'm gonna enjoy my yakisoba pan now. Once afternoon assembly had ended, Yoji packed up his book bag and left the classroom. He'd been in a bad mood ever since lunchtime, then he wanted to get home so he could finally be alone. He walked briskly down the halls to the shoe lockers. Just as he was changing into his outdoor shoes, he sensed a presence directly behind him. Plenty of other students were changing their shoes nearby, but this person was inexplicably standing directly behind him. Is it Zenya? He caught the barest whiff of alcohol and heard a sharp clacking sound. He was a little too familiar. Hey. Sure enough, it was the very person he dreaded to see.
Jajan!
Ta-da! Zenya. He was grinning from ear to ear with his hands on his hips. Yoji knew he was better off ignoring him. He turned away and headed for the door.
悪い。悪い子の匂いがする。
Oh. He looks so bad in green. Change your clothes. Yeah, he does look way hotter in his homeware. When he looks like a MILF. I can smell it. Someone's been a bad boy. Oh! Well, this isn't a comment on. The next thing Yoji knew, his back was against the lockers. He looked up to find Zenya's toothy grin waiting for him. Fighting the urge to panic, Yoji looked Zenya firmly in the eye. You need something?
No.
Nope.
だったらどけよ。
Then move. Nuh-uh. Zenya shook his head for the second time. Fed up with his antics, Yoji reached up with both hands to push him away. Get off me!
白沼鉄
Shironuma Tetsuo. Huh?
が
Are
気になるのかな。
you interested in him? Uh-oh. He's like, I'm about to turn yandere. Oh! This is a choice too? No, of course not. Suppressing his alarm, Yoji tried to gauge Zenya's expression. But Zenya simply smiled. Just then, the alcoholic stench intensified. The smell alone was making Yoji sick. Why would Zenya ask him about Tetsuo? There's so many choices. Yeah, I wonder, like, I assume there's an ending if you choose all the blues, and there's an ending if you choose all the reds, but then maybe you need to, like, switch between. Alright. Ooh. I think I might have to stop the stream now or soon to have dinner. So what I'm gonna do is I'll finish this scene and then I will end the stream here and we'll have dinner. So sorry about the abrupt stop, but haha, it is dinner time. Why would Zenya ask him about Tetsuo? Yoji didn't know what he was after, but it was making him feel very nervous.
ね
Say,
何か
has
さ
anything
え、最近
weird happened lately?
変わったことない。
Not really.
本当に
Are you sure?
だったらさ
Well, in that case,
俺が占ってあげるよ。
I'll predict your future. You know what? That's great. I'll know what I can make my thumbnail next time. Oh, hello. With one hand pressed hard against Yoji's collarbone, Zenya used his other hand to hello? Fondle his chest. Yoji felt something hard slip over his nipple. Hello? I'm sorry, aren't other people around? Aren't other people, like, taking off the shoes and stuff? Utterly repulsed, he lowered his gaze to Zenya's hand and realized that he was holding on to a pair of dice. Perhaps that was the source of the clacking sound he often heard in Zenya's vicinity.
これ使ってね、占うんだよ。すっごく当たるの。どれどれ？ようちんは
Yochin?
白沼哲夫のことを
I use these to read fortunes. They're super accurate. Let's see. What does Yochin think of Shironuma Tetsuo? Unable to bear it a moment longer, Yoji shoved Zenya away. Get off me! A long-haired man stumbled back a few steps, still smiling. Meanwhile, Yoji turned and dashed down the hallway. If he slowed down for even a moment, Zenya would catch him. He was sure of it. The crowd of gaping onlookers scattered hastily, but Yoji paid them no mind. They're like, whoa, Yaoi! Yaoi in my Christian school? All he cared about was getting away from Zenya. He couldn't get that greasy voice out of his head. It made him sick to his stomach. Are you interested in him? Of course he wasn't! It just caught him off guard hearing that name out of nowhere. But why would Zenya ask such a thing? And how did he know about Tetsuo? They weren't even in the same year. With those questions whirling through his head, he didn't even notice the person in front of him until it was too late. The impact staggered him. He stumbled forward, turning to look. Oh! The moment he realized who he crashed into, his mind went blank. Immediately he turned to run, but Tetsuo grabbed his arm. Then, silently, he began to walk, dragging Yoji with him. Oh! His fingers dug painfully into Yoji's arms. Yoji could barely keep himself upright. Where was Tetsuo taking him? Is this a good place to end? Up here, there was nothing but a restroom and storage closet. Now that school had ended for the day, there was no reason for anyone to go this way.
どこへ行く気なんだよ。
Where the hell are you going? No response.
おい、
Hey! But there are two options. Only the restroom could possibly accommodate both of them. What was he planning to do when they got there? Sure enough, Tetsuo proceeded to drag Yoji into the restroom.
なんでこんなところで何を
Why did you bring me here? Yoji dug his heels in at the threshold, but to no avail. Tetsuo's vice-like grip prevented his escape. To his shame, Yoji couldn't stop Tetsuo from pushing him into the boys' bathroom. Saku! Is there gonna be an entire scene here? Because I have to go to dinner. Is this a good place to stop? How do I even save? Open save? Oh! Whoa, look at this. Where is the save? Oh, this is the new scene? Do I just save here? I don't know Tetsuo that much. Alright, well, we'll just... how do I even save? What is the save? I don't understand this menu. I assume we're fine? No? Well, I think there was a quick save option. Quick save. Ah. Oh! Alright, well, we're here now. Awesome, awesome. Okay, this is a very interesting save menu. I mean... Is this the image that's in the Evangelion opening? In the background here? Well, let's go back to the title screen. Wow, what will they do in the bathroom? I guess we'll have to figure that out the next time I play this game. So, interesting things are happening. Zenya, kind of a freak. I feel kind of bad for Yoji. Makoto is just a nice guy. And then, Tetsuo is a bit mysterious. So, next time, I assume there's gonna be a bit more action going on. As I assume I'll reach the end of like the first, like the prologue story, and then at some point we will branch off into the roots. I'm so happy you're playing. Thank you for coming to the stream. Yeah, I will continue this game, and I'm excited to continue it. So far, it's been alright. You know, there's been exciting moments. There's been the flashbang of like flashbacks. It's really funny. So, my bad. You're gonna get flashed penis on screen sometimes, and I'm not gonna be able to stop it. Yes, thank you very much for coming to the stream, and I will stream again at some point, and we'll continue this game. I don't know if I need to follow like a route guide or like a ending guide to figure out what decisions to make, but for at least this first playthrough, I will keep picking the blue options. This game is a ladder structure, so the routes don't really function like a traditional route. Okay, that sounds very confusing. But I'm sure if I do get stuck on like trying to find endings, guides will probably need to be used. Very interesting like options mechanic in this game though. You don't even really know what the blue and the red are talking about. You gotta vibe. You gotta be like, I'm feeling blue right now. Are you having popcorn for dinner? No, popcorn was a snack. Alright, thank you very much for coming to the stream. I will be back another time to continue this game. And I'll see you guys next time. Okay, bye! Body horror incoming, oh dear. See ya! Oh dear.